the creepiest part of the song. Good morning, my man. How are you, Mike? Hope you're doing good, brother. Just checking a couple of things on here. I already noticed it was 9 o'clock, so I got to get on. Bring those sombreros for the libtards. Let's see how many libtards we get in today. Oh, man. How you doing, brother? You guys ready for Christmas yet? Yeah, man. Luigi in the house. I'm waiting for some couple of lives that are going to happen today. One of them is President Trump, but we will start with a live that happened this morning, and then I got a couple of clips that I want to go through so that we can stay up to date. Good afternoon, Jordan. How are you? It is good morning for us here in America. Good morning, Charlie. All right, welcome all patriots. We're going to go ahead and get started with this live. Scott Besant's going to give us some information. If you guys haven't watched this yet, well, you get to watch it with me right now.
Good morning, everyone. It's an exciting day. I think that I'm here to announce the biggest merger in history, merger of Main Street and Wall Street. So thank you. I'm grateful to be with you all. An entire generation of Americans is about to learn in the most life-changing way possible how even small contributions can become generational wealth. And it's all thanks to President Trump. Trump accounts are the president's gift to the American people. They represent perhaps the most groundbreaking policy innovation of modern times, and they are shaped by a simple vision: every American a shareholder. When every American owns a share of the most powerful economy on earth, every American will benefit from our nation's growth. Every American will capture a portion of the productivity gains brought about by AI, robotics, and other world-changing technologies. And every American will be invested in the free market system and, most importantly, its continued success. Trump accounts are not a government program. They are a radically new platform that returns us to a social contract anchored in individual ownership, where everyone starts life on an investing journey. By giving each newborn citizen a material stake in the American dream through Trump accounts, President Trump is minting future investors on every rung of the economic ladder. He is embedding financial literacy and empowering today's youth to shape their own financial future. And he is creating an ownership economy to secure the American experiment for a new generation and the next 250 years. This morning, I will explain how the President is advancing these goals and how you can help. We are the most giving country in the history of the world, but we have long lacked a platform of private ownership from birth that facilitated philanthropy to do at scale direct giving to American children. Not anymore. Through Trump accounts, our president is creating an ownership economy where all citizens become shareholders in America's wealth. Today, 38% of American adults do not own stocks. But with Trump accounts, over time, we can get that number to zero. I've talked in the past about the importance of promoting parallel prosperity, an era of economic expansion where Wall Street and Main Street grow together. But the beauty of Trump accounts is that prosperity no longer runs parallel, it fuses together. The biggest merger in history. Under Trump accounts, Wall Street's success becomes Main Street's success and vice versa. In addition to giving America's youth a crash course in capitalism and an economic leg up, Trump accounts will instill financial literacy in America's youth in a way no book, test, or school curriculum could. They will do so by providing students with a hands-on education in the power of compound growth. Treasury is wholly committed to promoting financial responsibility in the next generation through its Financial Literacy and Education Commission. Trump accounts embody the elegant alchemy of the golden age. They turn compound growth into American greatness, and they share that greatness evenly across every cohort of newborn citizens. There are 4 ways Trump accounts will be funded. First, through an initial $1,000 seed from the government. Second, through the donations of parents, friends, and employers. Third, through the generous donations of wealthy Americans and philanthropic organizations. And fourth, through donations from state governments. Let's start with the government seed. Thanks to President Trump, eligible children born between January 1, 2025 and December 31, 2028 will receive a $1,000 contribution from the Treasury Department that will immediately be invested in an index fund. To claim this investment, most families need merely check a box on Form 4547, the most aptly named tax document of all time. The compound growth from Treasury's initial seed funding alone stands to make young Americans wealthy. The S&P has grown at a rate of 10.5% each year on average since the 1950s. Assuming that growth rate continues, a single $1,000 deposit into a Trump account at birth will grow to over $600,000 by the age of retirement. Our president is putting the American dream within reach of every citizen, no matter the circumstances of birth. When young Americans turn 28, they can use their Trump accounts to keep saving for their retirement, or they can use them to purchase a home or further their education, 2 hallmarks of the American dream. Trump accounts will benefit from the compound growth of Treasury's initial seed funding, but they can also benefit from outside donations. Starting on July 4th, our nation's 250th anniversary, parents, family members, employers, and friends will be able to contribute up to $5,000 to each Trump account each year. By contributing the maximum amount each year, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that a child's Trump account would be worth more than $1 million by the time they turn 28. We foresee a day when employers offer matching contributions to Trump accounts in the same way they offer matching contributions to retirement accounts. And we foresee a day when parents contribute to their children's Trump accounts in the same way they would contribute to their 529 account. Keep in mind that parents can create Trump accounts for any child under 18, not just those born between 2025 and 28. The third way of funding Trump accounts is through the generous donation of philanthropists and charitable organizations. Susan and Michael Dell have led the way by pledging to donate $6.25 billion of their own money to help fund Trump accounts for 25 million children under the age of 10. To put this number in perspective, the Dells made the single largest private commitment to U.S. children in our nation's history. Their donation provides an additional $250 in funding to Trump accounts for children across the country. The Dells' donation was the starting sound in a national race to top out Trump accounts for the next generation. And this morning, I'm delighted to announce the first entrance into that race, world-renowned investor Ray Dalio. Ray has joined what we are calling the 50-State Challenge. The 50-State Challenge is a special initiative Treasury is launching today to rally the nation's philanthropists around a common cause. Through the 50-state challenge, we are inviting every philanthropist in every state across the country to partner with us in building generational wealth for America's children through Trump accounts. Ray is representing Connecticut in the 50-state challenge. Today, he will announce a generous contribution to boost funding for Trump accounts for kids across Connecticut. Ray has made the first move, but we welcome other donors and foundations in Connecticut and across the country to join him in the 50-state challenge. The President is calling on our nation's business leaders and philanthropic organizations to help us make America great again by securing the financial future of America's children. Given the amazing level of interest and the generous donations we've seen so far, I am confident we will see many more donations, contributions pouring in. The fourth way of funding Trump accounts is through state governments. The administration has been working closely with a number of governors to determine the best way states can work with the federal government to expand access to Trump accounts to as many children as possible. Thus far, 20 states are considering topping up the accounts. State involvement can take many different forms. States can, for example, tie top-ups of Trump accounts to completion of financial literacy courses, or they can contribute directly to Trump accounts at birth. States are the laboratories of our democracy, and their experiments with Trump accounts will surface the best methods for funding over time. Trump accounts will not only restore the American dream for the next generation, they will make it more accessible than ever before. Together, we can usher in the President's golden age by building the most affordable, prosperous, and opportunity-rich America in our nation's history. I look forward to working with all of you to secure American prosperity through Trump accounts. Thank you. And now it's my great honor to introduce Speaker Mike Johnson, whom, without the Trump accounts would not have been without Speaker Johnson's hard work on the one big, beautiful bill, getting it passed record time on July 4th, the Trump accounts would not be possible. I remember when Speaker Johnson told me in April, he said, "I think I can have the bill out of the House by Memorial Day." I said, "Really?" And he did it, and which gave us a lot of momentum. Leader Thune got it across the finish line on July 4th. And again, the bill is big, it is beautiful, but one of the most transformative pieces in this legislation, they are the Trump accounts. So I will welcome Speaker Johnson. And again, Mike, thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you. What an exciting day this is. It's so great to see you all here at Treasury with our extraordinary Secretary. Scott Bessent is a godsend to America. Can I get a round of applause for our Treasury Secretary? Yes. President Trump will have a lot of extraordinary legacy items that history will record, but one of the best choices early on was selecting this gentleman to serve in this position. And he's put together an extraordinary team, and the truth be told, we would not have gotten the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, done as we did without his steady hand of leadership. Anyone who had a question, I drug him over here to Treasury and made him sit through a little class with the Treasury Secretary, and he helped get them to yes. So that's something history will record as well. We are so excited about this because America needs this. It's an idea that is long overdue. People have been struggling. You know, we inherited when President Trump came in and this Republican Congress took over in January with the new administration, we inherited a real mess. We had 4 years of Bidenomics, and we all know what that did to people's pocketbooks, to their outlook on the economy, and to their real experience in having to suffer through record high levels of inflation, lower wages, and less opportunity. So when we took the reins of power, we were determined to fix all of that. We had to fix virtually every area of public policy, and we got to work on it. And the result was that big, beautiful bill, aptly named by the president, also known as the Working Families Tax Cut, because that's what we achieved. We got real economic relief on the way for the American people. Largest tax cut in U.S. history, largest savings of taxpayers' dollars at the same time, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, real relief for seniors on Social Security, all the other big benefits in the bill. But among all those features, one that I think will have a lasting effect, a truly lasting effect on the economy and the financial stability of individuals in our country at large, is the Trump account. And what we're here to explain, and what the Secretary just laid out, is an extraordinary transformational policy. It is truly going to change the lives of every American. And we wrote the big, beautiful bill. It was geared for lower and middle class earners to give relief to hardworking families. And this is one of the primary drivers of that. Now, I'm not going to give you a long speech. I could, because I'm really excited about this and what it's going to do for our families, for the economy. But one thing I really like, I think it's almost poetic, is that the implementation date happens to fall on July 5th of next year, right after our nation's 250th birthday. As the Secretary noted, the greatest nation in the history of the world, the most benevolent nation in the history of the world, the most successful, most free, most powerful. And there's a reason for that. I'll just leave you with that thought. America is built on these foundational principles. And among them is the idea of the free market, of individual financial stewardship and responsibility, the idea of capitalism, that everybody gets a shot. If you work hard and you play by the rules and you do your best, you can get to the next rung on that economic ladder. And now with this, there's a bit of a turbo boost to that idea. And while we've always believed in private property ownership, private ownership, as the Secretary noted, now there is a platform, a new platform for private ownership. What an extraordinary concept. And what a big thing to celebrate as we celebrate our nation's supercentennial, as the President calls it, next year. The idea that these principles and these foundational premises that make our great nation will flourish in a whole new way. So we're so excited to be a small part of that. We're so excited for the exceptional leadership, for the vision of President Trump to do this. I can't wait to tell everybody about Form 4547. If we could only put an exclamation point at the end of the form number, that would be even perfect. This is big stuff for a big, incredible country. So grateful to be a small part of it. Thank you all so much for being here. God bless.
Thank you to Speaker Johnson. Good morning. I'm Assistant Secretary for Financial Institutions, Luke Pettit, and it's my privilege to help lead the implementation work for Trump accounts that's being done here at the Treasury Department. In August of this year, President Trump announced a national initiative, America by Design, to improve experiences for Americans, especially involving websites where Americans interface with the United States government. In doing this, the President established the National Design Studio and appointed a Chief Design Officer. We're privileged to have our Chief Design Officer, Joe Gebbia, here with us today, who's also the co-founder of a great American company, Airbnb. It's also our honor to welcome Senator Katie Britt of Alabama. Senator Britt has long been a champion of our nation's youth and was a critical partner in ensuring that Trump accounts made it into the working family tax cuts earlier this year. Please welcome me in joining Joe and Senator Britt.
Some comments first, and then great. Well, thank you, Luke. Thank you, Secretary Bissett. It's great to be here, and it's great to share and be a part of this very big upgrade to America. This is one of the most exciting product launches coming out of Silicon Valley. I've seen a lot over my career. I have to say, it's rare that you get to see a product launch quite of this scale, quite of this excitement, and one that deserves equally big storytelling and equally considered design. As Luke mentioned, the President signed an executive order this summer to stand up the National Design Studio with his initiative called America by Design to improve the way we communicate in America, to improve the way the government presents itself. No more do Government websites need to be mediocre. Why? We can bring private sector and industry standard design, usability, technology to improve the way that America experiences the government. Now, when this initiative, if this initiative were to have launched, I'd say 50 years ago, you'd either have to walk into a building and access it or maybe get something in the mail. At the time, I imagine the building would have been beautifully designed and the mail would have been a nice form. The reality is people access the government through websites, which is why the president so strategically decided to invest in upgrading across the government. So with that, I'm excited to share a major update to trumpaccounts.gov. We'll pull the website up right now. So Trump accounts jumpstart the American dream. We're building long-term financial security for millions of children by creating tax-advantaged investment accounts for U.S. citizens under the age of 18 coming next summer in 2026. People will be able to put in their emails, which we've collected a lot so far. There's a lot of interest in this. As we scroll down the page, we give people a glimpse of what this might look like come next summer, where they get to see your child has received $1,000 from the United States Treasury Department. As the Secretary mentioned, this will be invested into index funds. And we have a chance to actually show children what's in those index funds. They actually get to participate in great American companies and see how their gift changes over time. As we scroll down the page, so kids get $1,000 for every American child between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. The account's fully in the child's name, and the parents become the custodian until the child turns 18. No contributions are necessary beyond the $1,000, but you can deposit up to $5,000 a year to help accelerate the growth. This will be launching, we like to say July 4th. July 5th is good too. There's 3 easy steps. Enroll your child by making an election when you file your taxes. Second, a financial institution will receive your funds and activate your account. Third, sit back and watch the money grow. You can contribute anytime or not. Big things start with small steps. Every parent just smiled. Jumpstart their financial future. Build your child's financial foundation right from the beginning with $1,000 from the Treasury. Your child has a huge head start on the American dream. As they age and grow up, the power of time in the market. Your account balance will grow over time on its own. Whether you choose to contribute additionally or not, you can do up to $5,000 a year to accelerate gains. Your child continues to grow up. Proven winners, all-American growth. Your child's funds will automatically be invested in American companies. The app and interface let you see exactly what the stocks are that they own and how they're performing. Growing their finances and their education. As they get older, they'll learn about investing and watch their money compound in real time. They'll gain more than just money. They'll gain financial literacy. At 18, Trump account is all theirs. They're free to continue letting it grow, or they can withdraw funds right away to use for things like education or housing, with all the tax advantages of a traditional IRA. Your child's account grows with them, and we modeled out. At age 18, if you didn't add anything else to the $1,000, your child would have $5,800 by the time they graduate high school. If you contributed $250 a year by age 18, you'd have estimated, forecasted, $20,700. And if you contributed the max $5,000 a year, by age 18, that would compound to $800,000. Now, Secretary Bissett gave me an idea. We're going to show, update later today, to show at age 18 and also at the age of retirement. So people will be able to click through this. Thank you for that product idea, Secretary. So people can see the forecast if they hold on to this through the age of retirement. As mentioned, companies are stepping up. The private sector is leaning into this. These are some of the first initial companies. I imagine this page will get very long. We'll have to figure out a way to click and see the full list at some point. And as mentioned, the leadership of Michael and Susan Dell, along today with the announcement of Ray and Barbara Dalio. stepping up from the philanthropic sector. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of our economy to lift up the next generation. And they'll really be getting a big jump on life, said our President, Donald J. Trump. We've got Q&A for parents. We think kids are going to be curious in this too, so we've got Q&A for them and also for corporations and philanthropists. We'll be updating this later today with the news out of this conference and closing out with the next best thing to watching your child grow up is a tax-advantaged investment account that belongs entirely to them. So this is the big update to trumpaccounts.gov. Thank you.
Absolutely incredible.
Thank you, Senator. It's great to be with you today.
It's great to be with you, and thank you for all that you're doing.
Likewise, likewise. I want to start a question for you because you were an instrumental part of the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Can you talk about why Trump accounts were so important to you to get into that bill?
Yeah, look, this is transformational. You think about being a young parent, right? And so many of us remember being in the hospital and having this beautiful baby that you're like, you're going to send this child home with me in about 24 hours. And you start to think of all that you want to provide for your child. And the immediate things you think about are what's right in front of you, you know, diapers and the right car seat for safety and how are you going to make all of this work? But ultimately what you want for your child, for every child, is a chance at the American dream. And look, after the last 4 years of the previous administration, I think all of us, you know, it felt heavy, you know, with inflation and just the cost of life in general. Many people felt like that dream was out of reach. And the incredible thing about the working families tax cut is that President Trump said, no, we're going to make good on the promises we made to the American people. We are going to see these parents and help them provide that opportunity. And we want the next generation to be better off as a result of our leadership. And I think there is no more evidence, greater evidence of that than these accounts. And when we're looking at America and the fact that we are that shining city on the hill, everybody wants to be a part of that. And we know that about 60% of Americans are invested in markets, but we know 40% are not. And the thing that President Trump and the Secretary have made such a priority is how do we make sure that that 40% has the same chances that the 60 do? How do we close the gap between the have and the have-nots? How do we create a pathway for these kids, maybe in an underserved community or have not previously had access, to have the ability to achieve that American dream? And that's what this does. And we are going to look back on this moment and see that it not only changed our nation and how we work together, from government to companies to philanthropists, but it is truly going to change lives. And when we see these stories unfold, even in a few years for kids that are under 18, but ultimately these children that are born during President Trump's administration and have the seed money of $1,000 and what it does for them, whether it's home ownership or education or other opportunities, it is going to be remarkable, and it's going to be the envy of the world.
What do you think the impact will be at age 18 for a child who's born during this administration 18 years from now? Like, what do you imagine the impact might be?
Oh, tremendous. I think, so I have two children, 15 and 16, and you rest assured that my husband and I are going to go ahead and set one up as soon as possible. And you think about just the growth that can occur at 18 or 28 or what could ultimately happen. But you think about a child that is born right now that is going to allow this to grow. And I believe that what we've seen from the Dells and what we have seen from companies already stepped up, that is just the beginning. President Trump and the Secretary have an opportunity to just inspire in a way that we've not seen any other leader be able to do. So I believe that will be compounded tremendously. And I think ultimately, you've seen the American dream slip away. Like, one example is home ownership, and you heard the Secretary talk about that earlier. So previously, people could buy their first home between 25, 26, 27 on average. Now we're looking at, 38 and beyond. what this will be able to do for a down payment or an educational opportunity or skills training is going to change the game. And listen, I want to thank you. I have a question for you. So as a parent, number one, I told you when I saw those little feet up there, I mean, that just took me back in time. And I also thought, how am I going to do all of these things? And then how do you know what to do and when to do it? You have been transformative with bringing products to market, and you have found a way to target the information that is needed in a way that people like me can receive it. Because I'll be honest with you, I am that parent that has to get my kids to help me figure out what to do online quite a bit. And so talk to me about being the head of the National Design Studio and how this project, kind of the framing that you took into account for this project to help parents like me be able to navigate this and actually be able to access it.
Well, thank you for that question. I think this is such an important initiative, and to make it sure it gets the widest adoption possible, as a designer, you learn to just make things as simple as possible. Whether that's the messaging, whether that's the interface or the usability of something. If you want to increase conversion rate, make it simple. And so, my company was really built around that. How do we apply great design to helping somebody take a great vacation, take a trip somewhere, connect with that accommodation? And so this is really bringing those same principles here. How do we have really clear communication, really clear, crisp messaging so that the American at any socioeconomic level can understand how this fits into their life and how it benefits them?
Yeah, and I would imagine that, as a new mom or dad in the hospital, or, bringing your child home, that we're going to find ways to make sure that this is front and center, that they are educated about this and can explore and also know 45, 47, what to check when they're doing their taxes as well. And I'm sure that just making it easy to navigate has been a top priority of yours.
That's right. I think, and this is really, as a consumer of government products, as an American, there's so much more we could be doing to tell the story about the great efforts of the government, of the administration, of these kinds of initiatives to really resonate and connect with American people. And so this is really the mandate from the president to the National Design Studio.
Well, and I think that's what makes this administration so different, is we know that you are the expert in how to deliver that. We've seen the success of that, and now we're allowing your talents and vision to be executed in a way that everyday Americans, that moms and dads out there that are thinking about the future of their child are able to take advantage of it. So thank you for what you're doing on this. I think back to a time when my grandfather in the early 90s gave us a stock at Christmas. And so here we were, and my grandfather is a small business owner. He had a hardware store that was my great-grandfather's that had been passed down, and he and my father were building a boat dealership together. And so as a small business owner in a more rural part of the state, in a small town, you kind of sort of think that markets are out of reach for you. When we opened that up, every grandchild, and we finally had ownership in something that was bigger than ourselves, and we would watch it every single year. When we're thinking about these accounts, Joe, this is about access, this is about education, and this is about opportunity. And with one delivery of this, you give a child all of those things. I know for me, it created an interest in that in a way that I would not have had otherwise. It also a pride of ownership. And so you think about parents all across the country that are going to be looking at these accounts and thinking, what can my child do with this? How is this going to help them achieve? And then the educational process that comes with that access and the ultimate opportunity is going to change lives forever.
That's right. I mean, as a policymaker, you've been at the tip of the spear on these issues, whether it's about being part of the pro-family party. Can you speak more about those initiatives or other things that you're involved in?
Yeah, look, there is no doubt that under President Trump's leadership, the Republican Party has become the party of families. We have become the party of parents. We've become the party of hard-working Americans. And so to get to be a part of delivering on that has really been incredible. The working families tax cuts, as mentioned by the speaker, have so many things in here for hardworking Americans and people, allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars, making sure that dollar goes further, and creating opportunity like we're talking about today. One of the other things that I was proud to lead the effort in the Working Families Tax Cut was actually addressing the affordability and accessibility of childcare. So it doesn't matter if you're talking to our largest manufacturers or our smallest business on a main street in a community in Alabama. They tell you being able to recruit and retain a workforce is one of the things that they deal with, and one of the issues that they have with that is affordability and accessibility of childcare. We know that there are a lot of people that want to re-engage in the workforce, and if you want to do that, I want you to have that opportunity to help us as we build back America. And we want to make sure that that impediment, we want people to be able to have more children and do more things, that an impediment of affordability or accessibility, that we help knock that down. And so in this, the tax code was actually updated for the first time since 1986 when it came to decap, so when Ronald Reagan was the president. So it went from $5,000 to $7,500 that parents will be able to have there. And then we updated the CDCTC for the first time since 2001, so an additional $900 for people who utilize that. All of this is real money for parents who are trying to create this pathway for their children. And then we also created an additional 45F, an additional dollars there, moved that to $500,000, really creating an opportunity for businesses to be a part of this solution. We know that just like in line with the Trump accounts, it's going to take everybody doing everything. So whether that's a voucher program or an on-site facility, and then also small businesses for the first time can take part in that as well. So this is transformative because we've heard people talk about affordability of childcare for years. President Trump at this administration and the Republican Senate and House actually did something about it. So we're excited for people to actually get to make use of that as well. A lot of good things coming.
Well, thank you so much for all you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Britt.
Morning, I'm Derek Tyre. I joined the Treasury Department in January on the Secretary's team, and now I'm performing the duties of Deputy Secretary. I was privileged last year to work for Speaker Johnson, so it's a special moment for me to be in the room with the Speaker, with the Secretary. These are our two leaders fit for the time. These are the best possible people for these roles. And the first 6 months of the year that we spent working on the one big beautiful bill, getting that in place by July, and getting these important tax cuts for families was experience of a lifetime. Thank you to Senator Britt for being here and for your leadership on pro-growth and pro-family tax policy. We also want to mention the absence of Caroline Leavitt, the President's dynamic press secretary, who is traveling with the President, but we are in full partnership with the White House on Trump accounts. Successful implementation of Trump accounts is driven by close coordination between Treasury and the IRS. Even before these historic tax cuts were signed, we established working groups across Treasury and IRS to develop guidance and to work on implementation, systems upgrades, so these provisions would be effective as soon as possible in 2026. To guide that process and ensure a successful filing season next year, Secretary Bessent, in his capacity, he has many jobs, in his capacity as acting IRS commissioner, he called on SSA Administrator Frank Bisignano to assist. Frank is the first ever CEO of the Internal Revenue Service, and I've been fortunate to have the chance to work with him in recent months. His extensive experience leading large organizations, managing the upgrade and modernization of complex financial systems, these are an invaluable asset to the IRS and to the American taxpayer. With Secretary Bessent and Frank Bisignano at the helm, we truly have world-class leadership that our tax admin system has so desperately needed. Concurrent with major IRS upgrades and IT modernization, Treasury and IRS will deliver a successful filing season and Trump account rollout during 2026. So it's my honor to welcome Frank Bisignano, CEO of the IRS.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you for all you do, providing the leadership that you do across the organization. I'm delighted to be here today on this momentous occasion with the outstanding leadership that you've seen come before me. Speaker Johnson, Senator Britt, my good partner in the digital transformation of government, Joe Gebbia, who's an outstanding innovator and technologist, and taking what he did in startups and bringing it to the largest startup in the world, the U.S. government. And of course, I am so fortunate to have the opportunity to work with a friend and an outstanding leader and somebody who's transforming this government and driving results as never seen before, Treasury Secretary Bessent. Thank you to President Trump for allowing me the opportunity and trusting me to be the first CEO of the IRS. And with his leadership and Treasury Secretary Bessent's, we will be unparalleled in what we accomplish. It is an honor for me to lead this great organization, which is intrinsic to the functioning and success of our nation. Our teams are working to deliver Secretary of the Treasury and Acting Commissioner Bessent's vision for transforming IRS. As CEO, I am committed to ensuring the IRS sharpens its focus on three priorities. First, enhancing customer service. We will serve the American public in a manner they never were before. Improving collections. We fundamentally at the IRS is the largest revenue pool in the world, and we will perform better on that. And for the American public, safeguarding privacy. Related to our broader efforts to make the IRS work better and more efficiently for the American people, we're laser focused on implementing the one big, beautiful bill. There's no words that can be said better or I'm more proud to say. As part of that, I am delighted to be here today to talk about one of the most important provisions from this historic piece of legislation. Trump accounts. As you have heard from others, this is going to be one of the most impactful policy endeavors of this administration. And it is truly an honor to work at the direction of President Trump on this initiative. The best way for me to describe the goal of Trump accounts is to use the President's own words. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of our economy to lift up the next generation and generations to follow. Trump accounts are going to unlock the American dream and President Trump's golden age economy for an entire generation. I am proud to say the IRS, in coordination with Treasury, has been hard at work developing the guidance needed to ensure that eligible families can take advantage of Trump accounts. Earlier this month, we issued a notice providing some initial information, and we are still drafting regulations that will give more detailed guidance to families soon. We also have been developing the greatest form in IRS history, 4547. Mark that down. The form people will need to use when they open a Trump account for an eligible child. A draft of that form is available on irs.gov. We're focused on making it as easy as possible for those who are eligible to open an account or contribute. The rollout of the official Trump account website today, great job, Joe, in doing all you've done, with fulsome FAQs will help streamline this process. You will hear more about TrumpAccounts.gov in just a few moments. Please expect additional information and guidance from the Treasury Department and IRS between now and January 5th, 2026, when Trump accounts officially launch. So once again, I want to thank Treasury leadership for the opportunity to be here today. As IRS CEO, I will remain committed to ensuring the success of Trump accounts, and I am grateful to be involved with such an important program for the benefit of working families throughout America. It's my pleasure now to turn it over to the fabulous Treasury Secretary and outstanding leader, Scott Bessent. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We wanted to provide some of the reporters in the room with an opportunity to ask some questions. As you can see, we've brought up the full team to explain the intricacies of the rollout today and Trump accounts. So first, Nick Gilbertson with Breitbart.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, a question for you. Can you explain the importance of fostering financial literacy among the next generation of America?
Yes, financial literacy has long been one of my passions, dating back for more than a decade when I was in the private sector. And I believe, I grew up in a small town in South Carolina, in Little River, South Carolina. We didn't know anything about Wall Street. We just knew something bad happened in 1929. And I think the idea of financial literacy, knowing how to manage your money, how to manage your finances, is something that's gotten lost to Americans, whether it's children, the 20-somethings, or even many adults. And I think that this is going to provide, as I said earlier, this live action, being able to check your account every day, is going to re-engage Americans in this. We're going to reach out. Many banks, as part of their Community Reinvestment Act educations, we're going to reach out to all the banks to give seminars. So I think that this really is going to be transformative for the American people, making them much better consumers of financial products and understanding how they can optimize their financial health.
Ed Lawrence with Fox Business.
Thank you. And again, I think for you, Mr. Secretary, kids can access these accounts at 18 years old. Stop an inflation push 18 years from now where kids just clean out the accounts and start spending. Also, if I could, economic poll numbers have been slipping for the president. What do you know that maybe Americans aren't seeing?
So, couple of things. I'm optimistic that many the 18-year-olds will roll them into retirement accounts, so that there will be that. And again, I would expect that a large amount of this could be used towards, as I said earlier, to begin the American dream, and it's going to be staggered. So it's going to be staggered, and it will be for a home purchase, for an auto purchase, for education. I don't think educational inflation can go any higher. I am very optimistic about 2026. As wearing my other hat as the acting IRS commissioner, I could see what has happened with President meeting his campaign promises and no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, deductibility of American-made autos. Because the One Big Beautiful Bill was passed on July 4th, it was retroactive to the beginning of the year, Americans have not changed their withholdings. So my estimate, and I do have inside information, that we could see between 100 and 150 billion of refunds going primarily to working families. Those families, those individuals will change their withholdings, so they'll actually get a bump up in their take-home pay. So we'll see both. We'll see substantial refunds, bumps up in the take-home pay. We've seen 15% CapEx growth this year. Historically, CapEx growth translates into job growth. And I think as I said, I think 2 days ago, we have spent 2025 setting the table, and now it's time for the banquet.
Eleanor Mueller, Semaphore.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for having this event. There's been a lot of debate on the Hill this week over whether or not another reconciliation package is feasible for the Republican Party. Do you see a path forward this Congress? And if so, what would you prioritize for its inclusion?
Yeah, I think we're going to stick to the accounts today. Okay.
James Blady, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The president in late November said that he knew who his pick was for Fed chair, but since he has continued to interview other candidates, there has been some concern in financial markets and among investors about the credibility of Kevin Hassett, the front runner to do the job. Do you share those concerns, and is the president worried about that as well?
We're trying to keep this on Trump accounts. I think any concern on Director Hassett is absurd. He is an eminently qualified PhD economist with views of his own, and he, along with the others, would make a very good Fed chair. And maybe he was referring to maybe I was his pick, but I was unavailable.
Eamon Javers with CNBC.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the Trump accounts, real quick, you mentioned Ray Dalio's contribution here. Do you have an estimated dollar amount for what that will amount to?
We don't yet. My guess, Ray and Barbara Dalio's, I think it'll be about $100 million for the state of Connecticut is my guess, but I haven't seen the exact numbers.
And on tariffs, if I could, obviously some of your key tariffs this year are being challenged at the Supreme Court. Is the Treasury Department prepared to commit to American companies that have paid those tariffs this year that they will get refunds if Treasury loses at court?
Well, first of all, Eamon, it won't be Treasury losing, it will be the American people losing. And this is a national security issue, and I think we're going to wait and see. My guess is the Supreme Court ruling, whichever way it goes, will be extremely nuanced.
And Christian Daytalk.
Thank you, everyone, for doing this event. Christian Daytalk with the Washington Examiner. Just for your record, Mr. Secretary, Ray Dalio tweeted he will be contributing around $75 million. Going to go pumping for more money? Is that too low?
I read Bridgewater's having a good year, so.
And then on the accounts themselves, is the administration considering a push from Democratic lawmakers to expand the federal contribution specifically for families who won't be able to maximize their own annual contributions?
Well, I find it rich that Democratic lawmakers who had the trifecta never did this. So why don't they let us get them up and running? We got 4 years, and then we'll see where it goes.
Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us here today. We really appreciate everyone hanging out, and thank you for all of our speakers. Have a nice day.
And you all as well have a nice day. Oh my gosh, dude, this was a life for chicks. We gotta be fair in the Dennis Herrera show that it's not everything is for all men, guys. Sometimes we gotta watch things for women. What can I say? We are suckers, is what we gotta do. Hey, speaking of gold, man, I'm looking into the statistics here, and this is what I'm looking at right here, man. That's looking pretty damn good. And Mike, man, if you've been buying gold, you got $300 an ounce, bro, and it's about to hit $5,000. They say very soon. The thing about the market is that it's always going to be up and down. It's going to go red to green. It's always going to be a Christmas light show, I think. But as of right now, it's at 43.70. If it drops 20 cents, it goes to red. But that's just the trending that it goes. And if you look at the graph, right? People look at the graph when they're doing their stock. I mean, it's gone from 43. What's the highest? 43.69, and it's dropped all the way down to 4,340. I mean, this graph looks worse than what it really is, but it's not bad, man. It's still doing pretty good. I mean, that's crazy. What is the highest here? It says 43.66, way up there. I don't know why it says 43.70 and they put it way down here. Something's going on with the graph. I don't understand much about that. Let's see, if you're an idiot who wants to turn blue. What are you guys talking about, man? What the hell are you guys? Did we get some of the transtifia in the chat? Man, it was pretty quiet. It was pretty normal. I didn't see anybody arguing, fighting. It's like everybody was being positive. Couple of insults here and there, but I mean, nothing that we can't handle. AXA is back in the house. Oh my goodness, Ruslan Nunez, broke ass immigrant looking irrelevant in the world. Just get a job, boy. He said, Mike says, cha-ching. Uh-oh, power's back. We're getting, well, man, there's a Transtivia coming into the chat, man. They're coming in hot. They come in hot. All right, today's information. We are waiting for the actual live that I want to show today. So we got to find something to talk about, and I will start off with going through my live, my chats, through my X account feed, my YouTube Shorts feed. I find a lot of people what's that? Thanks for the chat, brother. Nightmare happens. Can't eat gold. Man, I don't know, man. I'm very, very curious about this gold thing. This is not the first time that I hear this. As a matter of fact, I thought platinum was the way to go, but I don't hear much about platinum for some reason. Hey, Tanya, good morning. Thank you for saying hello, AXA. Yeah, but when did gold actually shoot up? Wasn't the other day one single day when way up like Bitcoin, like 10% in a day? It took a big spike, but I mean it's going like between $10-20, compared to, like for example, Mike's bought some gold since it was $300, he says. And now it's at 43.70. Even if it's going up even $100 down on in value, people like Mike are still making money. And it's actually predicted from what I was reading as you were listening to the live, is that expert says that it might hit up to 5,000 here very soon. So man, that's crazy. I missed that chance. Swiss says gold always rises when the world is in crisis. Hey, that actually rhymes as well. If you don't want to sell me food with my gold, I bet my lead will get you to just give it to me. Herrera loves Jesse Waters. Yeah, actually, I like Jesse Waters. He's pretty good. Invest in guns. Oh, score. Bro, I will have to I will have to agree on that, bro. I will have to agree with that, man. No, it's 100%, man. I don't know much about trading, with stocks and stuff. I am very good on immigration, guys. That's what I'm very good at. Okay, everything else, like religion topics, that's just my interpretation of what I have learned from the Bible, the messages that I've gotten from Muslims. Is really my opinion. I will never go and preach that to say, hey, this is the exact truth. That's not me. I know a little bit about everything, and I don't pretend to be an expert. So if I try to make myself sound like an expert on everything, I apologize. I'm not an expert on everything. I use common sense for everything. And so when people call me, right, if I open my lines and people call me, people automatically assume that I'm this professor, that knows every single literature book out there and etc. It's not that. I'm the kind of person that believes that that you can use common sense, to make sense of life. You think that these people, because they read somebody else's thoughts in a book, you think they're special? You think they're special because they have a master's degree in college? Most of these people are scum to society. That's just how it happens. Hey, in my opinion, I'm just saying, people that think that they have this education, it doesn't mean they know. It doesn't mean they're right. It sounds like I know everything. Why do you think it sounds like I know everything? Let me start with that question right there. Why do you think it sounds like I know everything? Why do you think that is? Anthony is right. Common sense is not common. That's for sure. But I really like that. I really like that. I like that. He said, hey, Herrera, what's it like advocating against your own interest on a daily basis? Now, what do you think my interest is? I like these people coming in. I like it. You know what? You guys continue asking those questions. I want answers to that as well. It's all opinions, Anthony. Correct. Now, a lot of them, when I give you information about Trump and the decisions that he's doing, all this, brokering in all these peace deals throughout the world, that is true. What I see from the news being reported, that is true. That is a fact. Will I know every single literature book out there? No. Do I know every single piece of history throughout the world? No. But I know what I feel is important to know and why I have come to the conclusion of thinking that this is the greatest country on earth. Religion-wise, I think that is common sense, right? If I think accountability is big. I think loving is good. But I also think that love and discipline go together. I believe on telling people the truth, not a fiction lie. I don't like to tickle people's ears with fakeness. I like to be direct. I am myself. I'm very honest on everything that I say. And I have a big conviction on what I believe. And so if you think that it sounds like I know everything, it's because it interests you. Whether you want to accept it or not, it interests you. See, because I'm making you think. I'm making you use your common sense. And questioning me, disagreeing with me, it's okay. It's okay. What I like is that you go out there and think for yourself. That's really all I'm doing. What what did Morpheus told in the movie? Of course, it's a science fiction, right? But the line stands. Morpheus is fighting with Neo for the first time, and he's pushing Neo, right? He's pull fighting, and he's like, "Come on, you think that's air you're breathing?" Blah blah blah. He was pissing him off to make him fight more to be free. And then Neo says to him, he says, "I know what you're trying to do." And Morpheus says what? What does Morpheus say? Does anybody know the line? What does Morpheus says to Neo? I'm gonna leave that question that I'm pretty sure that these guys watch enough science fiction movies. Neo says to Morpheus, "I know what you're trying to do." And what does Morpheus tell Neo right back? Iran and Israel, yeah. Iran and Hamas, even though they're still fighting, it is because of Trump's brokering in the conversation that they actually have a ceasefire, which they're not really ceasing fire, but oh my goodness. Tyrone's in the house. Hey, Melody, you just couldn't stay away, huh? You're like that girlfriend that breaks up with that boyfriend every other week and always comes back. Good to see you. Wow, Dennis, the past few weeks since I was on and I didn't come back, I missed you so much. I had to come and see your channel one more time. I hate to say this, but you look better than ever before. And I hate that I have to work so much and I miss your show. Ah, Melody, those are the kindest words. Well, we didn't miss you, but we're glad that you're here. ¿Quién es Tyrone? Says Marvin. Can somebody please tell Marvin who is Tyrone? Marvin does not see Tyrone in the house. Oh, that's hella funny, dude. Marvin said, who the hell's Tyrone? Oh, man. Tyrone, welcome back to the chat. I think some of us actually missed you. It is so funny, bro. Poor Robert's got to go change his shirt. He just spilled all the coffee all over his shirt. Marvin's still trying to figure it out. Who the fuck is Tyrone? Bro, you made me cry today, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, somebody forgot to give Tyrone his medicines, but she's still loving every moment of the Dennis Herrera show. Woo! Oh, my goodness. Damn, Tyrone, you brought a lot of energy to the show. Man, if people can make me laugh, bro, that's awesome. That is awesome. That's medicine to my soul. Oh my gosh. My makeup is going to start running from laughing too much. And on top of that, I got to eat this yucky coffee. I got to drink this yucky coffee, Robert. Oh, man, you guys are phenomenal, man. But I need to, oh, man, I got to get my water. I got to get my water going again. Almost done, Robert. Don't worry. Almost done with the fake coffee. Next week is payday, baby. Wait, is it next week or this week? What's today? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh yeah. Next week is payday. Next week. We get to go buy our coffee maker. I know you patrons have actually donated a lot of money for me to get it. I mean, for my wife to buy it for me. And I am definitely going to get it. Get some real coffee in here. I'm going to take a couple of suggestions. What is the best coffee that I should go look for? Something that I can get at Costco. Anybody. Oh, man. I said Tanya's laughing her head off. Melody says she agrees. You awesome. Trump supporters crack me up all the time. Tanya got tickled. Marvin, that's not funny. What do you mean? Who's Dennis? You are in the Dennis Herrera zone. Jamar, welcome to the chat. You go into hell, however, and you know that, right? Your Christ isn't going to save you when this is all over. Jamar, I'll be honest with you right now, bro. I'm gonna be very honest with you. That was very demonic, bro. That was very demonic. Oh man. Man, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. It's medicine to all of our souls, says WW2. Walmart coffee, boo-boo. Knock it off, man. Knock it off. I mean, some real suggestions. All right, let's see. U4 says, Tong Trump. Toy Nai 2000 dolavan hon nua. Fatsong Tok Tien Tren Hin Kwakchia. Tong Trump Tio Newsmax. Tran Trong KNT. I have no idea what the hell you said there, but I think that is in Vietnamese. Tyrone is what? Let's see. Swiss Michael says Swiss coffee gas. Swiss coffee gas, bro. I am not drinking coffee that gives me gas. I want some real coffee. What's the best? Robert, what is the best coffee that I should get? Black Rifle Coffee? Come on, man. Stop pulling my leg, guys. Real coffee. What coffee do you guys recommend? They better hurry up. I'm waiting for the live from Trump, where the First Lady honored the fallen soldiers during a dignified transfer ceremony. That's crazy. Why is that happening today? Don't forget, guys, that we do have the I was about to say the Michael Jackson. Don't worry about my camera, man. It's like I got a problem with the software. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Maybe one of my libtards sent a virus. Now it keeps shutting down my software. Don't worry, I'll get it back up. I just got to look it up again. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's kicking it off. It's the software that runs the camera. It's crashing on me, and that's why the image goes out. You know what? I have some friends. It's not recognizing that I'm live streaming. That's why the software keeps shutting off. But I'll figure that out later. No worries. Don't worry. Hey, give you a break from looking at this ugly ass face in front of you guys. I have a friend in Hawaii, actually. He just married the daughter. Well, he didn't just, but he married the daughter of the owner of a coffee plantation in Hawaii. Now, I don't remember what the name of the coffee plantation is or how many are in Hawaii. But you know what? It would be nice to actually get some coffee from Hawaii. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out. We'll see how that goes. What's up, Marvin? What you want? What you want? Say hello. Kona coffee is the best, says Evelyn. Kona, huh? The only Kona I ever had was the beer, and that was okay. That was okay. But the only problem with Kona beers is like, you drink a 12-pack and you're still not drunk. That's just it just doesn't work. Not that I have drank it. I haven't drank it in a long time, but that's what I experienced before. Let's see. Folgers in my cup, says Tanya. I don't know if Folgers, it just sounds too American. I don't have much trust on American coffee, even though it says it's true, 100% Colombian. I don't know, guys. They might lace that with a little bit of cocaine, get you too addicted to it. We don't want that. I'm already too addicted to coffee. Let's see. Scott Burns says Maxwell House isn't bad. Nope. That is not what I want to hear. You already killed the brand, man, by saying that. You said it isn't bad. That means that it's not good either. Marvin is at the pawn shop trying to get some coffee from there. I'm not sure why he's trying to get coffee at the pawn shop. Then Max says he is the best president ever for the small hats. Hawaii coffee is the bomb, says Evelyn. I don't know, Tyrone. What do you think about the coffee in Hawaii? Where is Kennedy? The brother who's the what? Who's the fake Somali? The fake Sole? I don't know what you're saying there. You lost me there for a second. Let's see. Who is he pretending to be this week? 3 weeks ago, he poorly attempted to be Samoan. Who are you talking about? I'm not Samoan, but you know, I'm known to say a couple of things in Samoan. Let's see. Black coffee, people will get destroyed. I don't know what that means. Man, you guys are killing me, man. From Costco say has Noah coffee. That sounds like not coffee. I don't trust that name. Swiss thinks that next time just read the whole message instead of making fun of me because I made a typo. My first language isn't English. I'm sorry. I said Swiss coffee has 15% tariffs because of Trump. Well, we'll make sure that Swiss coffee stays in Switzerland. You guys enjoy the coffee. We will definitely not import coffee from there. Trump should make addiction illegal. I think it's late. It's too late, Chris. Too late. I am too addicted to coffee already. All right. Cray says Kana is Hawaiian coffee. It's very expensive. Now, is it good though? Evelyn swears that Kana coffee is the best. You know what? I don't know, man. I think Trump should get into the coffee business. Trump coffee, 15% cheaper than any other coffee out there. I'll buy it. All he has to say is 100% Colombian. Folgers in my cup. That is the one that I have seen the most. Let's see. Creed says, y'all break it up. Put your face in the corner. Somebody's sending you guys to timeout, man. Chris says, I thought I would learn common sense from you. Not. How bad has Trump screwed you over? Bad and bad, he says. Sounds like a Michael Jackson song. And my rebuttal to that is just beat it. All right, Kenya AA is very good when you can find it. I will drink nothing from Kenya, bro, or Indian coffee. I have seen videos of people chewing the coffee and spitting it back out, and that's what they're selling you. Hell no. I am also not drinking coffee that has to be pooped by an animal first before I can drink it. We're just not going that route, guys. I got my limits. I got my limits. Let's see. Coffee comes from Africa. Oh, man, you guys think everything comes from Africa. And yet, Africa, it's just not a very good continent, is it? Let's see. Marvin says, Evelyn, are you empty? I only get Kauai coffee from Hawaii. Wait, Kauai? Kauai coffee from Hawaii. Casino Crash and Burn. You know, there is a coffee that, I mean, I don't know how great, I don't know how they make it, but there is a coffee that I like. It's Vietnamese coffee. I don't know if you guys ever had Vietnamese coffee, but the flavor is so potent. It's so strong and yet satisfying. Like the coffee tastes like a really dark coffee. And you can kind of drink it like a milkshake if you want to. You know what I'm saying? I've only had it with ice, so I don't know if it's a good thing to have it hot or whatever. But Vietnamese coffee has the actual flavor that I do like to taste from coffee. And you don't have that acid, afterwards from the coffee itself. So if you're a coffee drinker, tell me, what is your favorite kind of coffee? What flavor? And what is it that you like the most about the coffee? Here, I'm going to give you this. I like the dark flavor of the coffee. I love the smell of dark coffee. I don't like the acidity. So the less acidity a coffee is, the more I enjoy it. You guys already know. When I get my coffee maker, I'm going to mix my coffee. So the mixture will be 2 spoons of white coffee. And it will be 3 spoons of dark coffee. Why? Because white coffee is actually very good for you. You actually don't get crash from white coffee. Now, if you mix it with dark coffee, all bets are off. And if you add creamers, sugars, it takes the benefits away. So I like to add white chocolate flavor. So white mocha for a lot of you guys that don't know or that do know. But that's what I like on my coffee. So for flavor, I like white chocolate flavor. All right, say it. Trinity says they're nasty. India and Kenya don't have the best sanitary stand. Oh, hell no. Trinity, 100%. Oh my gosh. Have you guys seen the videos of Indians cooking? I can tell you, I would probably lose 60 pounds in 1 week. No joke. Oh my God. I'm watching these videos and I'm just like, how do these people how are they still alive? I'm serious. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not a fan. The hygiene, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Let's see. America is thinking it's Africa. African Stewart's Shop Coffee. Buy it online. Thank me later. Stewart's Shops, huh? Stewart's Shops Coffee. Mail order Russian as a bride for Trump. You know, at the age of 81, you know, with his wife being as hot as she still is at her age, I don't think Trump is looking for a younger girl, to be honest. I could be wrong. He is human. I could be wrong. Mark, Hawaii is the only U.S. state that grows coffee. Are you serious, Evelyn? Only Hawaii grows coffee? Why? Why only Hawaii? Is it just because the rains or? Let's see. What states grow coffee? What states grow coffee in the U.S.? I am going to fact check you there, Evelyn. The main United States that grow coffee commercially are Hawaii, famous for its Kona coffee, and California. A newer but growing producer with a small-scale experimental farming also happening in places like Florida and North Carolina. Additionally, Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory, has a significant coffee industry, though it's faced challenges. Very interesting. You know what? I have never visited my cousins in Honduras. I think the last that I heard was one of my cousins actually had a coffee farm, and I never visited them. But it will be interesting to go and visit a coffee farm and see what's up, see how they do it. I would love to smell the fresh roasted coffee, just fresh coffee. I'll see if I can make some time to go and visit. Let's see, Tanya Folger's rich flavor, and I drink it black. I don't know. I think Folgers just, to me, it just doesn't. I don't know. It loses the flavor for some reason. Like this coffee, this Nescafe coffee. Not that I'm advertising. It's kind of like in the medium to dark range. And of course you can make it as dark as potent as possible. But the problem with this coffee is that it has a lot of acidity, like an aftertaste of acidity behind it, and I don't like that. So it's not like I can't drink the coffee, black, without sugar or anything. It's just that I like to have a flavor behind it. It doesn't smell as the fresh aroma that I like from coffee. I still love coffee though. Either way, I would just say Nescafe is gross. Robert, stop insulting my coffee. We will have some words after this live. Man, I'm still waiting for this live to come on, man. They're supposed to start a long time ago. Or maybe it's the wrong time frame. But I do have a couple of clips that I do want to share with you. And I don't know how you guys feel about this one, but I got a couple of good clips to share with you guys. Even though we do have some, a little bit of Trentifia in the chat, or maybe they're just remnants that we have from earlier. Coffee is dangerous. I agree, bro. I agree. I got to have like 6, 7, maybe 8, 10 cups of coffee every day. I said, what the hell? I'm having an issue sleeping with, sleep apnea and all this other stuff. Why not drink more coffee? That's what I say. I prefer Kratom over coffee. Yeah, bro. You can have that all you want, bro. I know what that is. No. I'll drink my coffee. Thank you very much. African is the richest continent in the world. Hammer. I think you're right, bro. But unfortunately, they don't have the right leaders. Just like right now, Venezuela is having some problems. But they will stop eventually. Let me hear some comments here. What do you guys think about the whole Venezuela situation? Let's start with the boats being shot at. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Let's go. I'm gonna give you guys a chance. Tarsier coffee. I never heard of Tarsier coffee. What do you think Trump will say tonight in his address to the nation? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Well, number one, just so you guys know, there will be the spiel of the war would have never started if he were president. I know that's going to be on there. I know he stopped 8 wars. He's working on the 9th war. I know that's going to be in it. He has to keep reminding people because they don't want to believe it. So maybe if he says it long enough, the people are going to believe it. All right, so let's see. Russell thinks it's BS. Attack on the boats. Okay. Jamaican Blue Mountain Peak coffee is the best, says Dylan. The Sky Trooper wants no war. No war should happen. Edwin says probably 16 or 18 espresso per day. That's about very moderate coffee drinking right there, my friend. Trinity says that, Travis, what the freak are you talking about? The bombers who were targeted by the FBI definitely aren't MAGA. Laugh out loud, you Antifa, anti-capitalist, anti-eyes motherfuckers. So don't play, girl. Don't play. Did I read that right? Huh, sis? Did I read that right? Did I put the right attitude behind it? All right, here we go. Skytroop, war only brings suffering. It does bring suffering. That is correct. Let's see. What else? Stop spamming the same damn question. Agreed, the USA has a drug U.S. problem. Yes, we do. Remember, my brother-in-law died from fentanyl. So I am 100% behind President Donald Trump bumming these mofos off the water. But I want to know why... Oh, Jasper, you made a comment? Oh, hold on, bro. I apologize, man. I didn't see Jasper's comment at all. Jasper's having some feelings against me because I missed his comment. Bro, you haven't made no damn comment. Shut up. Bro, I scrolled 2 pages of comments, bro. I don't see you. I don't see you in any of these comments, man. Stop lying to me. He said you skipped my comment. Bro, hey, listen, man. When you got bad eyes like I do, bro, I need to see some big letters, bro. And I don't mean capitals because people get pissed off with that. That means you're yelling at somebody. We know he's going to say that for sure, says Trinity. You know that's coming. This is Biden's war, not mine. This would have never have happened if I was president. I love you, President Trump. I love you, President Trump. Oh man, especially this picture right here that you see right behind me. Remember that? Remember that picture? Remember what that's from? Woo! Let's go. Where's Antifa? Antifa's offices, Travis. There is a building. If you want me to show you, there is a location here in Seattle, Washington. If you would like to have a tour, we can go visit it together and see what we can come up with. Yeah, just saying. Just saying, if you really want to know. I think it's funny that people think that Antifa should have some sort of corporate building. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Yeah, our economy is doing so great like never before. That's coming. I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time, okay? We know the weaving. We know how it works. We got to hear some BS, but at the same time, we got to acknowledge when the facts are being dropped. So don't be ignorant. Okay? I know. Just like people come in here once in a while, and when they come in, I'm talking about illegal immigrants, and they get pissed off, like, oh my God, that's all you talk about. My show is really basically my expertise is on immigration. That's just how that works. Now, we can touch a little bit of religion on that, but that's just my interpretation of it. That's my opinion. And then Christians get all crazy about it, like they're all righteous and mighty, which just exposes them even more. All right, let's see. Jasper says, I can't wait till the Gestapo picks you up. You're going to be like, I voted for Trump. I'm one of you. Oh, my God. I'm going to say, President Donald Trump, if you give me a plane ticket to Honduras and you're going to hook me up with $1,000 once I get there, poof, sign me up. Sign me up. Sign me up. You see, if I go to Honduras on my own right now, but number one, it will be to visit, okay, to visit. And I can tell you, if I wanted you to meet my wife, I would have put her on the show to tell you guys how many times have I told her that I want to move to Honduras. And you got to understand, she's Samoan. My wife is Samoan. And, you know, her culture is pretty strong. And, you know, we're with the family more than anybody else. So, you know, it's hard for me as hard as it is for me as a man to say, hey, I'm the man of the house. You're going to go where I go. Yeah, you know what? I believe that it's as much as it, I know you guys won't believe this, as much as it pains me not to live in Honduras, it pains me more to be the reason why my kids or my wife are not happy, in a country where they don't know anything about, So, yeah, when it comes to illegal immigrants coming over here, bringing their kids into a country that they know nothing about, that's selfish in this way. Now, if my children were raised in Honduras, they would think exactly how I do, because it doesn't matter what our houses look like in Honduras. They're not going to compare to a lot of the houses here, but you can have nice houses. You can have a good living. And I don't find anything in Honduras that turns me off, like it could be, you can live in a humble home. I'm still going to come in there. I'm still going to bless you and give you my peace. I'm still going to eat your food. You know what I mean? Well, unless I don't like it. I'm picky with food, just so you know. But the whole thing is, as much as I want to be in Honduras and be happy living there, I have to think about my wife and my children. And I know that they would follow me. They would. But I know what culture shock is like. I have it. Almost 4 decades in this country, I still have that culture shock, believe it or not. The difference is that I also love this country. This is where my mother is buried. And my mother loved this country so much. So in a way, it's like, okay, I chose to live here. I am going to respect it. I'm going to love it. And this is why I tell you guys, I'm always vouching for this country. You know, when people come into my chat and they start insulting me because they think I'm a traitor and this and that, and they call me a cactus face, and you guys don't see it because it's in Spanish, but they call me a cactus face because I'm defending Americans, and I'm defending American citizens, residents, and even legal migrants over illegal migrants. They think I'm a traitor because I don't support illegal immigration. They don't understand this. I love all of them. I love every single one of them. But there's two things that you have to distinguish and separate from your love. One of them is, the most important one, it's they are illegal, they don't belong here, number one. And number two, which is actually even crazier and more priority, it's criminals. Like, more than just the crime of crossing the border illegally. We're talking about, murders, rapists, etc. All these hardcore criminals. They got to go 100%, of course, but they got to go to jail first and then get deported. The other people should just be deported, not go to jail. And I loved all of them, but I cannot condole breaking the law for them. I talk with my family. I talk with my brothers, and we talk about this, and they feel the same way. My cousin came to this country illegally in New York, illegally. And he's a great guy. He's a great guy. He's not a drug dealer. He's a hard worker. Let me give you an example of how my cousin is, okay? Because I do sympathize with a lot of people that says, oh, my God, they're just working hard and blah, blah. Okay, let me tell you, my cousin, by the way, it's crazy. His voice is just like mine. It might be annoying to you, but I think it's so cool because when he talks, it sounds like I'm talking to myself. It's creepy. It's weird. It's like my twin brother. We sound alike. We talk alike. And we have the same heart. I mean, we get it he gets it from his great-grandmother. I get it from my grandmother, That's how she was. Now, he is my second cousin, meaning he is the son of my first cousin, right? His father was killed by his uncle. His uncle burned his father alive. And when his uncle will get drunk, he will come to him and tell him that he's going to burn him alive, just like he did his dad. And one day, of course, I grabbed him because I'm the older, than him, obviously. I am the youngest of my cousins. I grabbed him and threw him on the ground, and I told him if he ever came, blah, blah, okay, whatever. But the main point of the story is this. I came and asked him, I said, hey, bro. And by the way, I was going to adopt him as my son. I said, hey, how do you feel about him telling you that? He says, you know what, cuz? He says, I forgave him a long time ago. He's sick. He doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm like, wait, what? Bro, I don't know what I would have done if I was you and he was telling me that. And I mean, his heart, it's a true story. His heart, I was just like, wow. I wanted to adopt him. And unfortunately, something happened, in my marriage back then. And I just couldn't do it anymore. Okay. But the fact is that he is a great man. He's a family man. He's very loving. He is a hard worker. And he happened to fall in love with another Hispanic in New York. She was a citizen. Now he's a citizen. Of course, all his children are citizens because they had babies after he got married and became a resident. And then now he's a citizen. But the point is that not everybody comes like that. I can vouch for my cousin. And I can write a letter and all this stuff. And I think that a lot of Hispanics that have families, overseas or in other countries, they can do that. They can write a letter, says, listen, I'm going to sponsor Juan. I'm going to sponsor Jose. And you can sponsor people and say, okay, go and apply for this visa. Take this letter and see what they say. I have enough money to support you, so you don't have to be depending on the government. Apply for a working visa. I can get you some work over here. See, you can do it that way so you can help people in other countries. But you cannot sit there and just tell them, hey, just come here illegally. Don't worry. After a few years you've been here, they can't kick you out. You can't say that. You got to let them know the truth. If you come here illegally, you're going to suffer. You're going to be hunted down like an animal, like a hardcore criminal. You don't want that. Guys, there is illegal people that come into this country and they make children. And those children get exposed to this sort of bad violence or hostile environment because their parents come in and they get deported. Of course, the ones enforcing the law look like the demons, but they're just doing their job. The parents that decided to make those children in this country, they are the ones to blame for being here illegally, regardless of what you think. Oh, they were so poor, they had to. No, it doesn't matter. Poverty is not a reason or a qualification or requirement to seek asylum. Okay? And when you do get here, number one, you're here illegally and you seek asylum once you're in here after you broke the law, you should never be given asylum in the first place. As they always tell us, right? You got to seek asylum at the port of entry. And if they don't give you asylum, listen, it's not their responsibility. They can always deny you. The problem is when people think, oh, it's a human right. No, it's not a human right. It's not a human right. Every country will deport people that are illegal. That's just a fact. That doesn't mean you don't love them. As a matter of fact, I think that if you love them, you will be honest with them. You will tell them the truth. You're going to suffer if you do this. But, you know, nobody's going to listen to somebody that's already an American citizen, because I hear the argument all the time. Oh, you just say that because you got papers. Oh, you just say, no, I would have never came here if I was illegal. You know why? Because my mother didn't want to bring us here illegally. She could have. She could have, but she didn't want to. She wanted us to come here legally so bad. We went to the embassy 3 times, and the 3rd time, we got the permission to come. So that's my story. So I hope that that you guys understand that, okay? Now, we do have a problem, and I see you coming in there, the auto pen. Sharia law, man, you know, that's a serious thing, guys. I know a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but it's a very serious thing. For those of you or anybody, if you know anybody that are Muslims, listen, being a Muslim doesn't make you a bad person. But I want you to understand what you're getting yourself into. The moment that you say you want to be a Muslim, unless you denounce it and you choose to be a Christian or whatever else you want to be, if you choose to be a Muslim, you have to abide by the rules of the Quran. You already know off the bat, if you follow Muhammad, because that is their holy prophet, the guy that married a 6-year-old, that's crazy. That's just crazy. Crazy. Which, by the way, he was in his 50s when he got married to this 6-year-old. Just that right there is a major red flag for me. And I don't know how I would feel about, you know, being in those days, you know, over 1,000 years ago. I don't know how, there goes the camera, sorry guys. I don't know how I would feel about that, but I can tell you that it's probably a big red flag, no matter how you look at it. And I think that, that if we're honest with ourselves, we will agree that that's a bad idea, right? I believe that all of you people that call President Donald Trump a pedophile will agree with me on that. I mean, that's just how it is. And so I know that that is not right. But there's more than just that. The other thing that you have to remember is this. You are not allowed to fight against other Muslims. You're not. You're not allowed. So you have to, right off the bat, think of 2 things that you have to think about before you decide to be a Muslim. You see, it's not about a style. It's not about feeling part of an actual culture. Islam is not a culture. Okay? But right off the bat, you have to accept to worship a pedophile. And then you have to accept that you cannot go against other Muslims. It doesn't matter if you agree with them or not, you cannot go against them. The ones that can go against other Muslims are the ones that think that the other Muslims are infidels and they are worthy of death. Okay? And then number 3, you have to understand that if you do decide to go against them, you will become a Muslim infidel and they will kill you. They would not care for your life. They don't care about your life at all. They only care when you worship them, when you follow them. Kind of like the Democrats, right? As soon as you turn against the Democrat, against your own Democratic Party, all of a sudden, now you're evil. Now you're a bad person. It doesn't matter if you're standing for righteousness. That's just the same spirit that works in them, okay? Number 4, they are not a religion of faith. They are a made-up, fake religion for political gain, meaning that it was created by the government as a law to rule the world. It's that easy. It's not rocket science. I don't have to go into the Quran and read all of this text to be able to tell you these things, because this is what they believe. They will tell you this. The leaders, the real leaders of Islam, will tell you the truth. They will tell you that's how it is. And I mean, and I can look up at some clips in here, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of these clips, but I can look at some clips on here talking about Muslims. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and let me see if I can find one of the videos here. Let me see. All right, there's quite a few videos here from this guy. Let me see if I can
750.
Let me see. Let's go ahead and listen to see what these guys say, okay? All right, but don't forget, the government made up Islam to control the world. Let's see what these guys talk about.
50,000 Palestinians were displaced from their homes. You can shake your head and deny that, but that's exactly what happened.
You guys,
hundreds of villages were destroyed and thousands of Palestinians were killed. This was in 1948, not October 7th, not 1967. This was in 1948. 500 villages were destroyed. Massive happened. Have you heard of Deir Yassin? Have you heard of Tantura? Probably not. This is probably the first time these words are coming through your ears and out the others, unfortunately.
I've heard of Deir Yassin. Deir Yassin was a specific village that was blocking the Jews living in Jerusalem and the Jews living on the coast. The only reason they started a fight against Deir Yassin is because they were mocking Jews going their way from the coast to Jerusalem. They were harassing them, they were throwing stones at them, they were shooting them, they were committing atrocities against them. So the Jews on the west, on the west side, on the coast, wanted to liberate the Jews in Jerusalem, not to do anything else. And
750,000.
So that's his view on that. And then, of course, there's more, but let me see what this one is.
And the Socialist Party, wherever there's a cause. Hello, socialists. Why do the Gazans need socialism? They're already starving. Get it? That was quite a good joke, you have to admit. Yeah, it's quite good, actually. Communism and Islam.
His shirt says, globalize the intifada. If you don't know what it means that the people who are not Muslims should face violence. A revolution, a violent revolution. The Jews, intifada. Christians, intifada. Muslim, you'll be doing the intifada. Yeah, that's the shirt that he's wearing in the UK.
Hey, how are you? Oh, let me just stop filming. So, guys, I bumped into the looking glass. High five, high five. High five, high five, high five, my darling. High five, my darling. High five. So, I had to say the chat with the looking glass. A lovely chat. Oh, wait.
The left is so stupid in the United Kingdom, it's unbelievable. Why are they stupid? Because they have this insane white guilt, right? That they have to allow these Islamists to just march the street and chant horrible things. And they bash anybody that says the littlest thing about Islam. They call them Islamophobes, and that's why people are so scared to talk about this ideology.
I think you're stepping on my property, so I would ask that you don't do that. But look, the law accused chimps, the ones that are unfortunately, you know...
Please do not call people that.
Well, don't protest the speaking event. For the intimidating woman with a ballion, do you want to speak on why... Yes.
The one you're talking about.
Be a traditional man and stepping...
The white girl with the white guilt, who cannot see the real risk coming to the United Kingdom, chanting against fascists, allowing the fascists to go inside the UK, cause chaos, and at the end of the day, you're going to get a civil war, which who's going to be the victim of? This white lady.
Well, there you go. There you go. So, Gary, you made an actual valid comment on there, and then you just ruined that valid comment with stupid comments. Let's talk about affordability. Yeah, this is something that I was talking about last night. If you are new to my channel, you are more than welcome to tell me, why are things not affordable? Go ahead and put it on the chat right there. Why are things so unaffordable right now, and who is to blame for prices being so expensive? Let's see. Hammerman has some information. Let's go ahead, Hammer. Go ahead and put some info on there and tell me, who is responsible for the high prices that we have today, and why is everything so unaffordable? Affordability, not tariffs, please. If you're going to say tariffs, at least spell it right. And second, tell me why. Tell me how that has made housing prices go up. Morning, Derek. Good to see you in here. Go ahead and argue with me that tariffs have made housing unaffordable. Yeah, I guess we could start with George, but more recent. You know, they're more recent. The same party. Yeah, Biden. Thank you, Autopen. I can see that you have some brains there. Yeah, most people will say Biden, but that's because you guys are on my channel and you guys are patriots. You guys already know what's going on. But I want to see if anybody else on the Transtifia side give me something informative. Oh, here we go. Tyrone, tell us, why is housing so unaffordable? I know you're in Hawaii, so you know, I get it. Imports, etc., etc. You might be affected more by it, but why is housing so unaffordable? Housing specifically. Okay. Oh, those coronavirus checks that got cashed, says Kenneth. I'm always surprised when a person who claims that he is a preacher, I am not a preacher, used to be, profits off spreading hate and cheers suffering on other human beings. You know what's very interesting about that comment, Tyrone? It's that you don't say shit about what people are doing to Israel. Somebody actually made a comment, a very smart comment, and pointing out how small Israel is and how many Muslims surround Israel that want them dead. They want them gone. Zero alive Israelites. Zero. They don't want to stop their religion. No, they don't want to see Jews alive. Every Muslim that is fighting against Israel, all that I hear from the left side is like, oh my God, genocide from Israel. You guys are so ignorant. Seriously. When are you going to be able to make a statement that is valid? Listen, war is bad. Humans dying is bad. But when are you going to make the comment pointing out both sides? We understand that Israel is attacking this, and that because they are being attacked. This guy right here just gave you some facts.
And the Socialist Party, wherever there's a cause. Hello.
Not this one. The first one that I showed you. What was it?
750.
Right here. So listen to his stats. See, you guys don't listen. Listen to his stats and watch what the other side says. So you can say one thing and the other side says the other. Just listen up. 750,000 what?
50,000 Palestinians were displaced from their homes. You can shake your head and deny that, but that's exactly what happened.
You guys,
hundreds of villages were destroyed and thousands of Palestinians were killed. This was in 1948, not October 7th, not 1967. This was in 1948. 500 villages were destroyed. Massive happened. Have you heard of Deir Yassin? Have you heard of Tantura? Probably not. This is probably the first time these words are coming through your ears and out the others, unfortunately.
I've heard of Deir Yassin. Deir Yassin was a specific village that was blocking the Jews living in Jerusalem.
You see that argument? Oh, Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians displaced, blah, 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 blah. Right? And what's the other argument? Oh, they were blocking Jews from Jerusalem. Where's the argument? Where is the logic? Where's the logic? I don't see it. So when I argue my opinion, what I think is a common sense, that's what I'm talking about. Trey, that is actually that is correct. You're right. That is correct. Now I'm gonna put an example because Trey said that. Then Evelyn, you're 100% right. Housing is so high because supply and demand. Okay, I like that. I want to see how many other people actually believe that. Israel has Christians. Why do people say, oh my God, Israel, they hate Christians, blah, blah, blah. You know what? At least they allow them in their country. Whether some people hate them or not, that's going to happen everywhere. Oh, they hate the Muslims. Well, you know what? Muslims are actually part of Israel. And a lot of them have become citizens of Israel. Oh, well, the Palestinians, yes, they have also become Israel citizens. Now tell me, in any Arab country where the Muslims are, do they allow one single Jew to be a citizen of their nation? The answer is no. And if there has been, I haven't heard jack squat about it because they all hate Jews, period. They tolerate them for one simple fact. Big Brother USA is on their side. And that's why it's important for us to continue to defending Israel, because if we allow these people, these hateful terrorist groups that are in amongst the other Muslims and the other people, Arabs, that are in the Middle East, if they get a hold of nuclear weapons and they destroy Israel, the whole Middle East will implode. If the United States of America fails, the world fails. There's something that people don't think about. But yes, affordability, who is responsible? Biden administration, big time. And just think about this. If it wasn't because they kept President Donald Trump's tariffs in, we wouldn't have made the billions of dollars that we made in 2024, 2023, 2022. Before Trump came into his first administration, we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars yearly. Plus, we had to make war. We had to defend countries. We had to give so many benefits to illegal immigrants, to all these refugee seekers, all these asylum seekers, which, by the way, how is it possible that they can travel a whole ocean when there is other Muslim countries around them that can give them housing? Have you noticed that none of the Muslim countries allow Palestinians to move in there? And if they do, very minimum, and they're not happy with them. Why is it that Muslims are always trying to go to a Christian country? Riddle me that. Well, it's very simple, because Christians like Tyrone here, they think that by saying loving your neighbor means allow them to walk over you and destroy your country. That's why the countries fail. I don't believe that. I believe that you're supposed to defend your house, but you are supposed to, welcome foreigners when they come and visit. When they come and visit, not when they come over and take over your house. Invaders are not the same as foreigners that are visiting. Invaders are not there for your benefit. They're only there for their benefit. And if you're willing to put your family at risk because you have a corrupted way of thinking what love is, you're going to lose your family and your country. It is that simple. I know two things about the people that are on the left that still have not come to the middle where we're at. I don't want you to be a Republican. I don't want you to be a Democrat. I want you to be an American that looks out for America first. There's a lot of Democrats that don't want to stop being Democrats because they feel that they're fighting a righteous war that is not righteous. Like, for example, every leftist turd that I have met, they preach about love and are just freaking hateful. They cuss out up a storm on the street. They threaten to kill you. They threaten to kill your family. This is the leftist love. All right? They want us to love. And in return, we get hate. That's not how it works. I'm not that kind of Christian. I am sorry. No, I believe on separating myself from evil people. And if evil people don't belong here, they got to get the hell out of this country. It's very simple. It's nothing to do with being hateful. Okay? Just a fact. And then the other kind of people that I get, it's the crazies. The crazies that think that a man is a woman and that a woman is a man. The ones that have no fashion style, the ones that keep coloring their hair with all crazy hairs and stabbing their faces all over the place, they're demonic. They are not happy with the body that God gave them. You know, you can exercise. You allow yourself to be fat, then okay, be fat. But don't complain about not being happy because you're fat. You know, if you want to be fit, great. Well, don't complain that it's a hard work to be fit. If you want to be fit, that's what it is. But no, I always get crazy people on the left. Why is that? Why is it that I'm more likely to find crazy-ass people on the left on every single protest? And when does the right become crazy like the left? When they've had enough. That's when they go out there and act stupid. I don't blame them. They've had enough. You guys on the left side, or not you guys, but you know, the people on the left, they fight for issues that don't benefit our country. Like we like the nucleus family. We believe in the father and the mother and children. I know Scott Besson is gay and he's married. He's got 2 kids. He shouldn't be allowed to have kids. You gave up that right to have kids when you decided to be gay, when you decided to be lesbian. You don't get the right to reproduce. You made that choice. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. And, you know, this whole thing of, you know, oh, you got to accept everybody for who they are or what they are. No, you don't have to accept everybody. You can love everybody, but not their sin. If they are doing something evil, you got to call it out, man. You got to call it out. Hammerman is over there in Africa. Yeah, you got no say in the States, bro. Very simple, right? So here's the problem. If you are America first, you have to understand, what does that mean? Well, first of all, hey, George, how are you, my friend? First of all, we have a government. We have a government to a senator for the city, governor for the state, president for the countries, domestic, international. We also have representatives. We got lawmakers. We got a judicial system, right? So we got legislature, judicial, and executive. The legislature and judicial should be taking care of laws to follow here in the country and should allow authorities, local government, mayors, senators, governors, to go ahead and allow the police to enforce the laws. When the president is out internationally trying to broker deals of peace and agreements that will benefit America and their country, that is putting America first. But I find it very illogical that stupid people in government would get mad at the president going out, making investments, making deals, grabbing agreements, and they expect them to also be here at home taking care of the mess that they create. Like, you can't say the president has to stay home and you can no longer be out there internationally making deals because you should be local. You should be domestic. You should be in the country. That's not how it works. Not for me. Not for me. There is no accountability. If you're making laws that allow criminals to be free, that's your fault. Hold yourself accountable. Be responsible for your decisions. The government doesn't do that. They think the president has to do everything, right? And what does the president get when he actually makes a decision? He gets criticism. He gets hate. He gets pushback. So what the hell do you want? What do you want? You don't help. Get the hell out the way. If you want the man to take care of this, let him. Support him. Allow him to do it his way. Unless you have a better way, you should just shut the hell up. It's very simple. If you think that you have a better idea than the president, do it. Why do I tell you guys that? Because you guys vote these people in place. I'm not talking about the illegal immigrants that I have in my chat. I'm talking about actual American citizens that are legal to vote in our elections. If you don't want the problems that we have in the United States of America, voting the same people in is not going to fix it. You know, I remember the big red wave. The big red wave that happened here, millions of Democrats voted Republican. Did they become Republican? No, probably not. But they voted with Republicans. Why? Because they are America first. Now, they went over there and they started asking for things. And then when they saw how hard it is to get those things done, because you're emotionally compromised, now it's like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's too rough. You think that Democrats didn't know that was going to happen? Democrats were more than happy to allow illegal immigrants on here because they already had a plan. As soon as they come in here, you saw what happened on the first Trump administration. You remember that? Fake-ass AOC was out there crying behind a fence. Well, of course, you could go around the fence, by the way. Supposedly crying about children in cages. Such a fake-ass photograph. And then after they made the smear and the legacy media went with it, she was no longer sad. She was no longer visiting the border. She was no longer interested in the facilities. And that was Obama's thing. That was Obama's doing. That wasn't Trump. That was Obama. That's right, Obama. And Democrats, nope, they went fighting. Impeach. I hate this guy. Impeach. They're out there on the screen. No! Screaming all crazy. You guys know the lady with the glasses is screaming no. You see all of the Democrat Hollywood stars trying to influence their millions and millions of followers and fans into hating President Donald Trump, including the guy that just got killed by his own son and his wife. You know, it's like these people want us to have all these empathetical feelings and they want us to treat them nice while they're being horrible to us. They think that we're Jesus Christ. We're not. If we were, we wouldn't need Jesus. If we were perfect, we wouldn't need Jesus. Then what the hell did he come over here and die for? He came and died in vain? If we were Jesus, if every Christian was Jesus, there will probably be no war in this world. Everything will be peaceful. And then somebody is going to have to make war because they're tired of being peaceful. It's like some of the movies, right? Some of the soldiers come out of the military with PTSD. They retired. They're used to the battle. They're used to the fighting. They're used to shooting. They're used to all this. And the moment that they retire, they can no longer do this. The movie comes out. I was born to be a killer. And they go out there and do some stupid shit. That's what they do. They become mercs. gun for hire, so to speak, assassins. Why? They can't stand having peace when they dedicate their life to war. Muslims, and unfortunately, they carry this on to their children. But the Muslims that have lived in war, they're used to garbage. They're used to no paved roads. They're used to just living off the street food. They're used to no hygiene. They're used to fighting and fighting. When they don't have that fight and they come to a peaceful nation, they have to rebel and they have to fight. Why? Because that's their culture. That is what they are used to doing. I know it sounds horrible, but that's how it is. We watched a video. There was some explosion, and the lady didn't even blink. She didn't even blink. Somebody probably died somewhere. Now, some of the people in the back were like, oh, my God, what happened? Right? Some people still have conviction, but a lot of people are so used to the violence that even if you mean well, when you take them out of the violent environment, they don't know what to do with themselves. I guess it's just nature. And I'm going to touch up with Somalians. Because Somalians they come from a country where amongst their tribes, their neighboring tribes, they're used to fighting conflicts all the time. Conflict. War. They're the ones that make a market, and they will what do you call that action when somebody keeps trying to, change the pricing on something? Haggling? I don't know what the word is. But they are so unorganized. They don't like order. They just want to do what they want to do. They don't have a minimum wage, meaning that they can pay you jack squat. And because you're desperate, you have to accept that little tiny pay. They have no real government. They have a president for what? A president that sent a Somalian to become a citizen and then to infiltrate government? Let me take a look and see how many Somalians have been in office. Give me 1 second before I spill my coffee. How many Somalians in government? Let's just say in government, and see if we get a big generalization of it. All right, here we go. So we have, there isn't a precise, constantly updated head count. There are Somali Americans serving in various U.S. government roles, most notably Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman, and Keith Ellison, former congressman, now Attorney General of Minnesota. Very convenient. As a prominent examples, by counting exact numbers in all federal, state, and local offices, from agencies to courts, is difficult as they aren't typically tracked by ethnicity. Is that right? Every time you apply for a job, what do you got to mark? Your ethnicity. So tell me they don't know how to track that. That's bullcrap. But okay, we'll go with what they say. All right. In public databases, those Somali Americans advocacy groups monitor key elected positions. Key figures and examples are Ilhan Omar, Democrat, Minnesota. Keith Ellison, Democrat, Minnesota. Angus King, I don't know what state that is. What state is ME? ME. What's ME? I don't know what ME is. I don't know all the names of all the states. That's embarrassing. What kind of an American am I? Let's see. U.S. and local government, Jodan Hassan, a member of the Minnesota House of Representatives, represented the 62B district. Let me guess who voted for him. Somalians. Sayyidina Mohammed, in 2022, she became the first Somali American woman elected into the Minnesota State Senate. Who voted for her? Somalians, I'm pretty sure. Samakab Hussein serves in the Minnesota House of Representatives, representing District 65A. Local councils where multiple Somali Americans serve in the Minneapolis and St. Paul city councils, reflecting the community's significant political influence in the Twin Cities. You hear that comment right there? significant political influence in the Twin Cities. Thank you, Brown. I appreciate it. Maine. That's right, Maine. I will agree with you because I forgot about Maine. I didn't remember if Maine was the actual state. What the? This camera's gone again. Oh, man. I can't wait to get this live done so that I can fix that problem. All right. All right, give me 1 second here so that we can continue reading this. It's pissing me off, actually. And it started doing this when I had that power outage when I was doing that live. If you guys were with me and remember that, it's not connecting to my stream software. So I'm probably gonna have to uninstall everything and reinstall it again. I'll do it after this live. I'm still waiting for President Trump. This better not be the one for the nighttime because it's not gonna happen. All right. So anyway, we are looking at the influences of these Muslim people that come into our country, and they are not here to help Americans, okay? Ilhan Omar, not too long ago, was bragging about being deported and that she was fine with it. Bull crap. She would have left already, right? She would have left already. Boss Dennis, show yourself. The leftists miss you. That's why I keep fixing the camera. Oh, man. Let's see. Tanya says, Dennis, there's a lot of floodings up in Washington State. This is true. You know what? Maybe I should... I don't think it's raining today. Let me see my window here. Woo! The sun is hitting me. Maybe I'll go out there and fly my drone and see if I can capture some video images for you guys. Thank you for that. Actually, but I had to fix my software issue first, though, before I do that. I had to uninstall both of the softwares, and I had to reinstall it again. And hopefully that will take care of the problem. Okay, it could be something with my camera as well, where it's just not giving the feedback. So anyways, let's see. So the problem with Somalians is this. I have this theory, right? And nothing is it's fact until it gets proven in the court of law. But I find it very interesting that Ilhan Omar has been fighting against Americans, and the only time that she, gives thanks to Americans is when they're stupid enough to fight on her behalf. I find it interesting that she is against abortion within the Muslim community, but she is pro-abortion within American and black communities. Isn't that weird? That's crazy, ain't it? That is crazy. And let's not forget that abortion was very popular amongst the black community so that they stopped reproducing their culture. Let's just say it that way. Okay? So I am pro-life. I am not with this BS, my right, my body, my right, whatever they call that. I don't even know what the hell they chant. Right? My body, my choice, I think is what it says. I'm against abortion, period, 100%. Sneaky has been banned from MI6. It's split mind is unstable. Let's see. I have only seen 2 people talk about Minnesota. I find this very interesting, guys. Ilhan Omar, ever since she became a congresswoman, she has said nothing but negative things about Americans, and in specific white people. Americans. She has denied our president. Her only president is the Somalian president, as she has said. She is so giggly and happy when the president of Somalia calls her his girl. Somalian president himself talking about sending Somalis over here to the United States of America, not just to come in here and make a living and make a future for themselves. No, they sent them here specifically to infiltrate the government. Britain is screwed because they have allowed Muslims into their government. Why are we in America, knowing the history of Muslims, why do we allow in a Christian country to have Muslims in our government? One thing is to have a freedom of religion, But another thing is to look out for the well-being of our country. And let's be honest, we cannot allow Muslims to be in government because Islam was created by a Muslim government to conquer the world. Period. If we allow the majority of the people in Congress to be Muslims, they will change the law. You see how much Paul Ilhan Omar, AOC, which is a dumbass airhead, which, by the way, she is using campaign money to go partying in Puerto Rico. Oh, yeah, she's over there with a mojito, and she looks drunk as, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll find that clip and play it for you. I think I saw it from Newsmax. But anyways, you got to understand, it's nothing to be racist. It's nothing to say they're ugly people. No. It is their religion and their belief. They do not assimilate. They don't put America first. Right now, Ilhan Omar is saying, now she's starting to say American Somalis. You notice that? Did you notice that? Recently, she started saying American Somalis. Before, it was Somalian people. The Somalian people are the, what did she say? Wow, my God, I can't think of the word in English right now. What did she say that they are? They're the, not the fragments. What is the word? Oh, my God, why is that word skipping me? It's not the foundation. What's another word? Oh, fabric. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm thinking fragment grenades because I played my game last night. I was throwing some frag grenades. But they're the fabric of this country. Somalians. They said Somalians consider themselves to be the fragment. I think that's the right word, right? Is that am I still in the wrong word? Somebody put it in the chat if I'm incorrect. The fabric, the backbone. Yeah, that backbone, I guess, could be one of them. But I think it was fabric. Is the fabric of this country. Like what makes this country great is what she's saying, okay? But she says Somalians. She didn't say American Somalians. Now they're starting to say, we love America. You better say it now. You better change that tune. Yeah, thank you, the fabric. I appreciate it. You better change that tune if you want to stay in this country. This is how you know, the figment of the figment of imagination that they are the fabric of this country. They have attributed nothing, and they go in their little campaign saying, "Look, we're doctors, we're teachers." I'm afraid of that because you're so anti-American. I'm not going to be proud of you being a doctor. What if you're trying to poison us? What if you're giving us the wrong medicine? What if you're trying to find a way to annihilate us quietly? What if you misdiagnose us on purpose and somebody, sweeps it under the rug? What if you're teaching my children to be Muslims? What if you're trying to indoctrinate my children? I'm not happy that you're a teacher. I'm happy you can have your own business and work in the market, but in our medicine, in the hospitals, in our schools, I'm not happy about that. I'm sorry, but so far, they have given me nothing to say anything good about Somalis in this country. That's their fault. I deduct my assumptions from their actions. Let me see. Where did I see this video? Let me check my X account. I'm not gonna play the sound on this clip, but I want to show you something. Remember how I told you that the left tells us that we need to love them? Well, you see this lady right here? Let me see if I can, I want to make it big. You see this lady right here on the picture? Can you guys see that? Let me zoom in a little bit more. I want to show you something. Okay. I don't know if you can read that on the shirt. It says, care about other people. Okay? That's what her sweater says. Okay? I'm not going to play the whole clip because I have not beeped this out, but I will let you listen, even though this is going to be probably demonetize my channel, which is not making any money at all right now. Okay? But I want you to listen to the person that says that we are supposed to love others. Just a few a few seconds. Listen to this. Wait. I got it unmuted. Here we go. Listen to this.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. Oh!
You guys are fucking losers.
Very loving. Please share the Holy Spirit.
And that's why your Christmas is going to be a piece of shit, because you're a piece of shit.
Oh, thank you. What else is the Christmas spirits bringing in from the loving leftist that says we should love other people? Hey, Tyrone, your cousin's here.
You're a piece of shit. You're a fucking loser, you asshole.
Yeah, we should. Tyrone, what do you think about that? Are you still here? Are you still alive? Are you still with us? You see that? That's how they want us to love. That's how they want us to love. I'm just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. This is what you guys preach to us, and yet that's exactly how you act against us when we're out there. Love me, but not love you. Okay. I find that very interesting. All right, where is my page? Let me see if I actually save this. Oh, you're going to love this one right here. Have you seen this one yet?
Free.
Here we go. Here we go. Everybody paying attention? Hey, Samuel, welcome back, my friend. Stop the heat. I think he said, maybe he's trying to say the hate. Let's see. Where's Tyrone? I need Tyrone in here. I need her to listen how to love others. This is what you preach on the left side. Coming from the left side, left side. Let's see. Travis says, even though the trumpet said all Republicans are stupid, that's not what he said. Don't lie to me. Don't lie. We know what you're talking about. That is a lie. That's not what he said. I don't believe this. Not one bit. I know some are actually very smart. No, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. But hey, listen. Why don't we listen to this smart guy? He's very wise, guys. He's very, very wise. And this is fantastic. Here we go. Hey, white people, pay attention. You dumb mofos.
You work all fucking day. You don't got shit. Thank you for working so hard so I can be home all day. Free. I can use my EBT. Go to work for me, white boy. White girl. Yeah. Go to work for me, you fucking white animals. Fucking work for me. Yeah, you fucking work for me. And the U.S. government they work for me.
His little retarded side almost came out right there. He lost his train of thought. Go ahead.
All of you work for me. Now go to work. Pay them taxes. Take care of me and my people. All right? This is my land. I control this place. This is my reality. You all gonna be enchained. I'm gonna lock all you guys up if you don't pay your taxes.
That's a Somali, that's for sure. And the leftist white people, man, you guys, come on, man. Listen, here is something that you have to understand. I don't know who you are, okay? I don't know who you are. So when I insult white people that are stupid, this whole white guilt BS, okay? I don't know who you are. But you can always come in and pretend like you were not that person. You can pretend like you've always been on the right side of history. right? Imagine that. Wow, fantastic. Now, let's go ahead and share a little bit of positivity here. You gotta love travel bloggers. You gotta love them. You gotta love the travelers. Now, what I find interesting, and you guys know this, okay? If I go make a video, well, actually, you guys already seen this. Some of my members have seen this already. Mindspeak says a living proof of why you don't do things too fast like that black there. He's an idiot. But if I go to Honduras, right? You guys already seen a video that I made when I was in Honduras, and you know I mean, I show you what it is. I don't go and show you just the best spots in Honduras. I walk around. And I think let me see if I can find one of those videos. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see, maybe in Honduras. This is Honduras. This is called El Barrio Cabañas. This little alley right here, it's called San Cristobal, okay? And this is where I grew up. This house right here, this little yellow house, is part of the whole block right here to my left. That corner right there, all the way to the yellow house, this wall that you see right here, this fence, that used to be my property, okay? My grown-up brother busy picking his nose. So right here, that's the main street right here, number 12th Street. And this is where the major bus routes come through, okay? Now you have to understand that all of this was all dirt, not paving. Paving probably happened maybe late 90s. So it's been a couple of decades that they have actually fixed somewhat the streets. Now, heads up, don't be making fun of my ponytail. Right here was a wooden house, and they tore it down except for the front part of it. But the guy that was building it, he passed away. He was diabetic. He passed away. And so the project never finished. But all of this, so you see this fence right here, used to be our property. All right. Import clothing from Costa Rica, and then she used to come and sell it over here in Honduras. But this is my old neighborhood. A lot of people are afraid of coming. Well, yeah, a lot of people are afraid of coming in here. I don't know why. I guess they think it's really violent. And I think that one of the reasons is because people keep staring at you, and that can be, I guess, intimidating. This property right here is Don Pedro. He passed away not too long ago, and he's the one that bought our property as well. Yeah, it's nice to be able to visit the old neighborhood. Always gave us peace, and that's something to be thankful for. So I'm very excited, to be honest, to be here in my old neighborhood. All that you see here, this all used to be dirt, so definitely doesn't look the way it used to many years ago. We were talking about early 80s, but it's so wonderful to be here in the neighborhood, and I wish I could walk around more. I think now that I have my daughter, I become a little bit more conscious of where I go. I know that if you don't start trouble with anybody, you should be fine. But nonetheless, you know, there's still thievery and things like that. So you still got to be careful no matter where you're at. Even in the United States, it's the same thing. But yeah, I love it. I'm not gonna record. I'm not gonna record in there, but I want to say hi to an old sister of mine. She's a grown-up sister. I think I mentioned a few videos before about my grown-up family here. That's my nephew Joel, and I call him my nephew because this is his dad, Tio Tonio, and he's like the oldest grown-up brother that we have, and so his kids have become my nephews. I got 3 of them. I'm very happy for them. I love them very much with all my heart. I don't deserve to be treated, and I appreciate them very much.
You remember?
Yeah.
You remember Avenue.
Yeah. This is my this is 3rd Avenue. This is no 13th Avenue. I misspoke. Pasaje San Cristobal, which is like an alley, and that's 12th Street. 13th Street. When it used to rain, pouring rain, all of that street right there would be like a river coming down with water. Before they paved the road. And Tonya was telling me that, a few days ago before I got here, it rained so hard that's exactly what happened up in more towards the center of the city. But yeah, all good memories. We used to have buses come through here, just big cloud of black smoke leaving behind. That spot right there where you see where it says Pepsi, that used to be I think it still is, I'm not sure, I gotta go find out. But that's a kindergarten there first, and then my primary school, my elementary school was right after it, and it's called Luis Landa. I believe it's still there. Todavía está la escuela ahí, ¿va? La Luis Landa. Sí, si pasamos por afuera solo para grabar así por afuera. When I get over there, I'll record over there. I'm gonna go visit my grown-up sister here, but she's a little sick, so I'm not gonna record that. All right. So now you guys have a little bit of where I'm from. So just so you guys know, I have mixed feelings about this place because there's a lot of trees that used to be on the property that they're no longer there. And the mixed feeling is because even when I was living there, it's a 3rd world country. But everything seemed a lot more beautiful to me back then. Now it's paved, you know, and things are changing, but I missed my childhood in Honduras, and I think that's probably why I get, you know, so nostalgic when I think about being there. People don't believe that I want to be there, but the truth is that I do want to be there. And so, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, it will always be with me, but not everybody's going to understand why, okay? Sap Blue Crew, Dennis, and others says, damn tears. Oh, man, you came here a little too late, bro. You missed all the tears that were dropped by the libtards. I protested ICE today, mama. Thank you for the pizza feeding. Criminals. We already saw that yesterday. Let's see, what is this? That was my life from yesterday. That is the moron from today. Oh, wait. Let's set the record straight. Yeah, let's see what this is the leftist kind of stuff that comes through my life, through my X account. Here we go. Setting the record straight. No, Biden did not let 20 million illegal immigrants into our country. No, there has never been an open border under Biden. No undocumented immigrants or illegals are not eligible for benefits. No, Biden did not let ACA subsidies expire. Bottom line, no open borders, no 20 million, not stolen benefits. This is what comes through my feed. Hey, you cannot make this up. This just comes through my feed, man. That's what comes through there. Isaac Castillo sent me this picture. I should make that an emoji. I actually have a new emoji with J.D. Vance, but I just haven't uploaded it. I got to remember what this setting is so I can put it up. All right. So enough fun with that. Let me see. What do we have from the war room? Let's see. New Obama and President Otto Pence plaques just got hung on the White House Presidential Walk of Fame. He is still not going to give credit to Biden for being in office, man. That digital pen is famous. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my gosh. That's too funny. What's going on here, sir? President Trump arrives at Dover Air Force Base to honor the dignified. All right, let's go. Let's see. Come on. They closed the feed for the live. I wonder why. Let me try to see if I can find it on a different. Huh. No, not that one. Interesting. They got rid of it. They were gonna show a quick live on there, but they must have canceled it. So now we have the live at 6 p.m. Well, 6 p.m. West Coast time. Let's see. Check out Ilhan's uncle, Saeed Bar, sometime. Wow, what's going on? What do we got there? Yeah, you guys can suggest something to look up, and I'll be more than happy to look into what you guys are talking about. Let me guess. He's not a good person? Or maybe he's a president. Former, let me guess. He is the president. He's a former president. That's crazy. That's crazy. Former president. In 1991, Barr's government collapsed as the Somali rebellion successfully ejected him from power, leading to Somali's civil war and a massive power vacuum in his wake. Barr was forced into exile in Nigeria, where he died in 1995 on the way to the hospital after suffering a heart attack. Very interesting. Yeah, man. Good job, George. Good job, man. Yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting. You sure that's the uncle, bro? Let me see. How do I know that's the uncle? Let's see. That's all political. Preceded, spouses. Damn! He was married to Khadija Malin, Dalajat Haji Hashi, Fadumo Al Muse, Falhado Gur, and Mariam Hassan. Damn. Bro, the guy had 5 wives, bro. Damn. Relations, Abdirahman Hama Bar, the cousin, Mohammed Saeed Hersi Morgan, son-in-law, Mashla Mohammed Siad Saeed Bar, and 28 others, but they don't want to tell me what, who, and where. He was branch service, Royal Italian Army, King's African Rifles, Somali Police Force, commands. He was the president of Somalia, huh? Very, very interesting. All right, let me go ahead and go backtrack here. Let's see. Let's go more deep into it. Let's see. All right, we know that he was a president at some point. I'm trying to find it, brother. I'm trying to find what it says. Let me see. It says the primary connection between Mohammed Saeed Barr and the U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar is that her late father, Nur Omar Mohammed, served as a colonial in the Somali National Army during the Saeed Barr regime. That doesn't tell me that's her uncle. Nur Omar Mohammed. Oh, okay. I just saw it. I don't know why the sound is not coming on my ear for the chats. Let me see. Yeah, the alert is there. Let's see. All right, let me see. Maybe that will help. Yeah, as remember is the butcher of Hargeisa. Ooh. All right, family background. Ilhan Omar was born in Somalia. Her father was a senior officer and steam colonel in the military under Saeed Barr's rule. The family fled Somalia during the Civil War in the early 1990s, eventually settling in the United States as refugees. Allegations of atrocities. Critics of Omar and the Saeed Barr regime allege that the Somali military was responsible for a systematic campaign of human rights abuses and genocide against the Isaac clan in Somaliland during the 1980s, an event known as the Isaac genocide. Woo! Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Hey, check this out, guys. I made something. I know that you guys can see me. I know. Give sec. But before I fix my camera, I got 35 seconds to say thank you to my peeps. Check this out, guys. This is how I say thank you to all of my members for supporting my channel. Let's see what you guys think about the end of this video. It's a little embarrassing to me, but I did it with all my love for you guys, okay? Here you go. Oh, man, that was embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. That was embarrassing, man. I didn't think I can be embarrassed like that. Man, I hope that you guys enjoy that. Thank you, Daniel. I see that, Dana. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do try to make shorts, man. I want to make them more interesting. You know, obviously want to get a lot of views on there, but I don't know. The algorithm, sometimes it doesn't want to put my shorts out there for some reason. But I hope you guys like that. Please don't do the dance, says Rico. Oh, you know, I gotta do it every time that I say thank you to my members. I have to do it. Okay, I have to do it. And every time that I get new members added on there, that list just keeps getting longer. Of course, sometimes people are members for like a month, they will drop off. So I will try to adjust it as I can. Okay, so I will update it often. All right, let's go ahead and continue with the political controversy. Opponents have used this history to question Ilhan Omar's asylum claims and loyalty to the United States. suggesting her family was part of an oppressive regime before claiming refugee status. Now, isn't that very interesting, though? Like, even though you can call it whatever you want, but that's very actually interesting to know that they actually are horrible people. That's some horrible history. And we're not talking about, just some bad history of, they went bankrupt 4 times. No, I'm talking about this is some serious stuff, man. That's like that's even against their own people. Imagine how much they don't give a crap about us. That is crazy. All right, it seems like I only have members on my chat. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the short clips that I have to listen to. Let's see. No, not this girl again. Why do they keep putting these people on here? All right, let's see. Let me put this away. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for coming into play. All right, let's go ahead and get into our first clip of this morning. It's already afternoon. All right, let's go ahead and play the first clip. This is Speaker Mike Johnson. This is one of the guys that makes the libtards cry all day long.
Joining us right now is House Speaker Mike Johnson. And Speaker Johnson, thank you for being with us today. People had been waiting to see what you would do, and you decided to go with the more conservative part of your party, to the consternation of some moderates, including Mike Lawler. What happened? What made you decide to go this way, and what do you do with the moderates who are unhappy with this decision?
Well, it wasn't the Speaker's decision. It was consensus of the body. We have 220 Republicans here, and lots of different opinions, lots of different dynamics in their districts across the country. This extending of the COVID-era enhanced subsidy, the premium tax credit, has been a big issue around here of debate for months now. We knew that we were coming to the end of the year when it would expire. And remember, the Democrats created this COVID-era subsidy. They are the ones that put the expiration date on it. And now they're turning to Republicans as if we should save that in some way. We couldn't find consensus on it with the body in order to pass it. Here's the reason. Everybody needs to understand there's a false narrative out there about these subsidies. It's subsidizing insurance companies. And when you do that, you're masking the cost, the rising cost of healthcare, and you're making the premiums rise even further. But here's the false narrative. The Democrats are pretending as though this affects everybody in the country. It affects 7% of Americans, this extended subsidy. And of those, even if it was extended without any reforms at all, it would only reduce that small group of Americans' premiums by 5.7%. The Democrats have tried to pretend as though this is all about
Americans. No, I understand that this is not for everybody, but it's 22 to 24 million Americans, and there are some Republicans whose districts are going to face some real trouble and some real issues with this. We've talked to some of them. I understand that Mike Lawler from New York was particularly upset yesterday, that he was kind of furious about it, said it's idiotic, it's political malpractice. That's what he told Axios on some of this. They said they could hear him yelling from outside the room yesterday where all of you were meeting.
Well, no. I was in that room with him, and Mike Lawler's one of my close friends. In fact, I was with him in his district in New York City just 2 weeks ago, campaigning for a couple of days, raising him money and helping him get reelected. He's an essential member of our conference and a really smart guy. And what he was arguing for is this 7% of Americans. But here's the point. What we're going to do today is the first of multiple steps to help not just 7% of Americans, but 100% of Americans reduce their premiums, actually reduce their premiums, not subsidize insurance companies to raise the premiums, but reduce them. And the first of those votes is today. This is the Lower Premiums for All Americans Act we're going to have on the floor, and it's going to actually achieve, if it's signed into law, exactly what we're saying. It has many components. Among them are the cost-sharing reduction programs, which will reduce all premiums across the board by at least 11%, and by the way, save taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. We have the health association health plans that will be a part of this today, which will give more flexibility to small businesses and others and insureds in the marketplace. You've got PBM transparency as a part of this, and the choice accounts. So there'll be a lot more flexibility in the system. Consumers will be able to have more choices, and their cost will go down. will also increase access to care through these reforms. And again, this is just the first of many. We're going to do more of this in the first quarter of next year. Republicans are the ones who will fix health care. It is the Democrats who broke it. Remember, when they passed Obamacare, the Unaffordable Care Act, it was 15 years ago now, they promised us that it would enhance care and that premiums would go down for everyone and you'd have more choices. None of that was true. So we have to fix it.
I hear your point.
With the ideas to do it.
I hear your point that these subsidies would only help a portion of the people who are dealing with much higher premiums with health care. That's certainly fair. But to be trying to change the health care system at a point where the subsidies are going to go away and raise insurance for 22 to 24 million Americans, premiums starting in a couple of weeks, the moderates on both the Republicans and the Democrats have said, okay, we don't want to necessarily go along with extending those for 3 years as the plan laid out by Hakeem Jeffries, but why not do a 1 to 2 year extension while you're trying to make some of the changes that you're talking about? Because these changes are coming so late, because they're not things that are going to bring down premiums tomorrow, why not extend some of those and try and find some way to blend these two sides to say, okay, we're going to try and change the healthcare system and bring down premiums for all. It's not going to happen overnight. So in the meantime, we will extend these subsidies.
Well, a couple of important points. First of all, the subsidies are not going away. And again, this is an enhanced subsidy on top of the subsidy that everyone already has. And again, even if it had been extended for 3 years, as Hakeem Jeffries proposed, with no reforms, they would these same people who are achieving that and having that enhanced subsidy would only get 5.7% of savings. The point is, everyone's premiums are going up because the Democrats broke the system. The very people who are trying to continue to subsidize it and put more taxpayer dollars on a broken system are the ones that created the mess. We are coming into the middle of that to reform the system, to look at the root causes, the root problems of why everyone's premiums are going up. And yes, that takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of consensus building here, especially at a time when we have razor-thin margins, and no one on the Democrat side wants to do anything to actually help the problem. They don't want a solution to this. They want an issue for the upcoming election. And they have put all their chips on one slice in the roulette wheel, and their whole game is to try to blame healthcare costs on Republicans, which is comical when you look at the facts. They are the ones that broke it. They are the ones that have continued to add to it, and that's what we're trying to address.
If we were to have this conversation 12 months, 18 months from now, and this bill goes into effect, how quickly, I mean, this requires sort of the market to do a lot of things, if you will. How quickly do you imagine prices come down if it works the way you think, despite the deductibility issues and everything else?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. Some of it is immediate. For example, PBM transparency, that will bring premiums down almost immediately and can be put into the system quickly. Expanding the market and expanding the choice and having other options will take a few months in some cases, some longer, but it's a series of changes that we have to bring about. Remember, this wasn't broken overnight. It took months and years to get into the mess we're in. It's going to take us all a little bit of time to climb out of it, but again, if we go into the first quarter of next year, we have these provisions that we would vote upon today, signed into law, and then we continue to add to it. We're looking at another reconciliation package, for example, in the first quarter of next year, which will have a number of other revisions and reforms to the system, and all of it is geared, again, for reducing premiums, increasing access to care, and quality of care. We have many specialties, for example, in healthcare right now that have a dearth of providers. We don't have enough people in the system, and so we're going to have a shortage of healthcare providers. So there's a lot of different issues that must be addressed in a very complex system. As you guys know as well as anybody, healthcare is a major part of the U.S. economy. It's entwined in so much of what we do, and so you don't just go flip switches and change it. It takes some time, but we got steady hands at the wheel, and we're working on that every single day.
Speaker, you mentioned the very thin margins that you have in your party in the House at this point. 4 Republicans would need to jump on to Hakeem Jeffries' bill to force a clean 3-year extension vote on subsidies. Are you convinced that they will not get 4 members of your party to sign on to that?
Well, we have to see what happens. I hope not. I've discouraged it. I mean, a discharge petition, by its very nature, goes around the regular order process of the legislative body, where consensus is built and good ideas are formed and passed into law. So, doing an end run around the majority party, the speaker, or the regular process is not the best way to make law. And
You're
I think
talking
they know
about
that. That's why
Gottheimer's.
there's been a reluctance.
You're talking about Josh
Well,
Gottheimer's discharge petition, or?
Well, there's about 3 or 4 of them pending right now in various timelines when they would extend the subsidies and different provisions. Some have reforms, some minor reforms, some have none. Notably, none of the discharge petitions include Hyde protections, which is a big, big thing for millions and millions of Americans. It's traditionally been true that we do not use U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund abortion. And these discharge petitions don't factor that in at all. So for the first time, you would have a vote, an affirmative vote, to fund abortion services with taxpayer dollars, and that's a hill that I don't think we want to climb here.
You said that the Democrats don't want to fix this, that they would like to use this as a political issue in elections next year for the House that come up in November. It's a pretty good issue if you have Americans who are paying a lot more for their health care insurance and feel like they can't afford it. Do you think that this is an issue that will hurt you come November?
Well, no, because what we do is confront false narratives with the truth. I mean, we can demonstrate the timeline of how and when Democrats broke the system and the timeline of what Republicans have done to try to fix it, what we are currently doing now to fix it. And I can show where the Democrats voted as recently as earlier this year, the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We had, for example, the CSR programs, the cost-sharing reduction, in the House version of the bill that was sent over to the Senate, and it was the Senate Democrats that fought to pull that out. Remember, that provision alone would reduce premiums for all Americans by at least 11%. Those are outside analyst numbers, not ours. And it would have saved the taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. They decided to strike that out of the bill. So they demonstrate every day they really do want the issue. They don't want a solution. And to me, that's a very sinister and cynical way to look at this. I mean, to choose a political issue when you know Americans are hurting by the program that you broke. That's what the Democrats are doing right now. I mean, it's just objectively true, and we'll be able to show that to voters when we go out on the campaign trail.
Speaker, we're going to run out of time, and I'm going to spare you a question about Susie Wiles, but I'm going to ask you a question I don't think you're going to love, but I do want to ask you about it because you were asked it, but you didn't answer it earlier this week. And it's actually about the president's remarks about Rob Reiner and the murder that took place over the weekend and some of the disparaging comments that he made. You've talked so much about character over the years, and I wonder if you would just speak to the comments that the president made, especially in light of the fact that, he was shot a year and a half ago, and there are a lot of people on the other side of the political aisle who came to the president's defense, praised the president. And I think in a moment like this, when the country sees something like this and then sees the president make these comments, and then you were asked about them and didn't comment on them. So I wanted to hear your thoughts.
Well, I did comment at length. They just didn't replay that part. No surprise here, Capitol Hill press corps. But what I said was straight from the heart. I heard about it coming out of an event in the morning when the news broke. And my comment was that, obviously it's an unspeakable family tragedy in the Reiner family. Just a horrible thing to think of. The son is apparently the murderer of his parents, but it also speaks to the rampant evil and violence in our society, there's root causes of that we try to address here every day as well, but it's ultimately a human heart issue. But our prayers are with the Reiner family and everybody involved. And I said, I immediately go to scripture in my head, and I was thinking of Psalm 34, and it says, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted. He saves those who are crushed in spirit. That's my reaction. That's what
What about the president's comments,
every day here.
Yeah, I think you can hold two ideas in your head at the same time and say that you can praise the president about many things and you can condemn the president's comments about certain things. And in this case, I'm asking you about that.
Yeah, look, I know. I'm asked to give running commentary on everything that the president says every 5 minutes of the day, as well as all of my colleagues here. And yes, we got many ideas at the same time. I don't communicate the same way. I am my own person, and I speak, from my voice. And the president and I address issues differently sometimes. That's not the way I would have done it. It's not the way I have done it. That's my comment on it. I don't know what else I can say.
Speaker Johnson, I want to thank you very much for your time today. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, you guys want me to tell you how I feel about that tweet? I think it was fine. I think it was fine. Compare that tweet to what everybody else on the left said about Charlie Kirk's death. President Donald Trump didn't dance about it. He expressed his feelings about how the man mistreated him and the lies that he said about him. I think he has every single right to express himself. He did said that it was a sad, tragic, I think is what he said, moment in Hollywood. And he also wished him to rest in peace, you know. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with the tweet. You're not going to be kissing ass just because somebody died. That's not how it works. You know, if you're not going to say those things in front of the person when they're alive, why would you expect them to do that once the person dies? It means nothing. It means nothing. So again, you know, it's what's more hurtful, to be able to say that to a person that died, or to be able to say it to a person that is alive. If I allow people to insult me on my chat, right? I'm allowing them. Obviously, I can kick them. I'm allowing them to insult me on the chat. Do you think it's more hurtful to me right now that I'm alive, or when I'm actually dead? What do you care? What do you care about a person that has been like literally insulting the president directly? You know, as much as people called Charlie Kirk a racist and all this other stuff, every single video that I watch of Charlie Kirk is the opposite of what these people claim that he was. But everything that President Trump just said, it is true. Like, this guy was literally attacking the president directly. And he spread that with Hollywood. That's why I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? So, you know, even with Vlad that doesn't have enough brains to come up with an actual username, you should just put your real name on there and put some characters behind it. It's a lot easier if you can come up with a username. But I got no sympathies for him being dead. You know what? I hope that he died with Christ in his heart so that he can not go to hell. But if he didn't accept Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, we all know where he went with his wife. Let's see. What? Vende Patria? Tell me, Etienne. I know that this is an English chat and you speak in Spanish. I'm not sure. Tell me how I am a sellout of my country. Go ahead and tell me how does that? I really want to understand this, guys. It's not right now. Nothing can piss me off. I'm good today. Tell me, how am I a sellout? I would love to hear it from you. Here we go. Just so everybody knows who I'm talking to. Tell me how. Oh, man, come on. I think my computer's about to shut down. You better not shut down. All right, let's see. Tell me how. Here we go, guys. We're going to wait for him. I want him to tell me why I'm a sellout. Very simple. In our country, in Honduras, we were, this guy doesn't speak English, we were taught to respect the law. And that if we go into another country, we have to respect the law of that land. We are taught to respect borders. But uneducated people, uncivilized almost, they don't know what that means. And they think that they can just do whatever the hell they want in somebody else's property. They don't understand the significance of all of the atrocities and things that have happened in this country's history and why it is what it is today. And then everybody today and age should respect the borders. They made this excuse like, oh, stolen land. Shut up. Mexicans stole land as well. Honduras, Salvador, everybody stole land. This land was not made for one person to own it. These lands were made for the strongest, for those who can rule, those who can command, for their countries to be able to be developed. You guys are so ungrateful for what you have. You don't know what, well, as a matter of fact, you guys are probably illegal anyway. That's probably why you say those things. But I do know that there's some Americans that feel the same way as you do, and that's a damn shame. But what do you expect? We have a lot of mental problems. Hammer says, you don't respect the Constitution. Which part of the Constitution do I not respect? Now tell me, if I stand for the law, if I stand for the safety of Americans, tell me, you supporting illegal immigrants, who is actually not respecting the Constitution? Go ahead. I don't care what you say about my status. I already know I'm a citizen. Man, that's Trantifia and illegals on the chat. You were right, bro. You were right. But go ahead and tell me, how do I not respect the Constitution? Oh man, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for some answers. Justice, equality, freedom for all? Freedom for who? Who's all? Our enemies? Any invader? Any criminal that comes into the country? Is that what you're telling me the Constitution says? Because that's not the Constitution that I read. Dennis, have you ever read the Constitution? Have you? Have you read the Constitution? You read the Constitution, but you have no idea what the hell it says. I am a migrant. I became an American citizen. Human beings. Okay. All right. See, this is why you libtards are just doomed to be extinct. If it wasn't for us, if it wasn't for people like that think like we do, you guys would be extinct. Yeah, Dana. No. Everybody, even terrorists. Yep, freedom for all. Equality and freedom for all, these morons say. I like it. I've argued with so many people at work about the constitutional rights. I like how these morons, they just think that it's okay for Americans to suffer. I find it very interesting. I don't think the Constitution was written for Americans to suffer. I don't think the Constitution was written for our enemies to take advantage of us. I think the Constitution was written to protect us. See, assuming the borders are secure, the Constitution is correct. Assuming that everybody is legal in this country and that are Americans, the Constitution is correct. But the way that you're reading it, you're an idiot. What kind of an idiot will allow our terrorists, our invaders that come in here, people that hate America and destroy America? What do? You see somebody's gonna set fire to a building? What do? Just sit there? Oh, shoot. Yeah. He's gonna burn that building. Yeah. Oh, doggone it. That's okay. He's just expressing himself. That is the moronic brain of the left. Do you see what we got to deal with this? My patriots, you, true Americans, do you see what we have to deal with every single day? No, stupid is, stupid does. You guys are probably illegal. I think that's the biggest thing. But if you defend criminals from destroying this country, who's the idiot? I am fighting for this country to stay free for the American people. That's the persons in the Constitution. American citizens. But don't worry, your anchor baby days are very, very limited. I believe the Supreme Court concurs. Birthright citizenship will be changed, and that's going to change history in our country. And I will call you and tell every single one of your anchor babies, you better pray that they don't go back to the beginning of your life, because then you will be deported to a country you've never seen. Thanks to your illegal parents. You can thank them for that. And if you are making babies in this country and you are illegal, well, thanks to you, those babies are also going to be deported to a country they have no knowledge of. But don't worry about it, because they actually will have the actual rightful nationality, which is your parents. So all you anchor babies that are in here, you better be nice. You better pray to God that it doesn't change. Guess who has the power to change that? Legislature, executive, or judicial branch? Who do you think? Who do you think has the power? Everybody, hear the sellout. Hear it. Hear the truth from the sellout. American people, my dear fellow Americans, here, I'm going to make a poll. I'm going to make a poll, and I want to see how many traders we have on this chat. Hold on. Yes, we smell transstefia in here as well. We know they're in here. A bunch of... That smells like old water from crossing that river. Hold on. Let me go ahead and start a poll here. Let me gather my thoughts and see how I'm going to ask this question. All right. I want to change that question. Let's see. Because I'm going to have to remove that so that I can start the poll. Who does the Constitution of the United States belong to? American citizens that can vote, or any migrant, friend or foe? Let it rip. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Watch. Let's see how many illegal immigrants we have in here. Oh, man. Here we go. Here we go. We got 12% of illegal immigrants and some leftards in here. Please tell me that the majority is going to be American patriots. All right, let's see. What else do we got? Let's see. Somebody else likes to... Dumbbells Dennis says, Jay. Hey, Jay, how is Africa weather doing today? Spatenator, Dennis the coconut, his head's up Trump's booty. All right, I'm so glad. 94%, guys. We're winning. America first. Let's go. America first. Everybody coming in here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're going to go ahead and play one more video here. It looks like they canceled the live that I was waiting for. This one should be interesting. I don't know if you guys have heard this argument, but we'll leave the poll there to see who else comes in and gives us their opinion. Okay.
As gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for his time of question.
I find myself extremely frustrated this week with the entire state of affairs in this venerable institution. It is a circus on both sides of the aisle, a complete and utter joke. The institution is failing the American people from top to bottom. And we see it on full display here in the Rules Committee. We have, on the one hand, the tragic failure of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to recognize the unbelievable harms being posed to our children by these absurd laws, these absurd procedures that are being carried out on children. Chloe Cole, who came and testified in front of the Subcommittee on the Constitution and the Judiciary Committee, who described in great detail on her birthday, testifying in front of that committee, I had a double mastectomy at 15. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future, womanhood, taken away from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction, and I have massive scars across my chest, and skin grafts that they took from my nipples are weeping fluid today, and they were grafted into a more masculine positioning. We need to stop telling 12-year-olds that they were born wrong, that they were right to reject their own bodies and feel uncomfortable with their own skin. We need to stop telling children that puberty is an option, that they can choose what kind of puberty they will go through, just like they can choose what clothes to wear or what music to listen to. Puberty is a rite of passage to adulthood, not a disease to be mitigated. It was powerful testimony by a woman who was de-transitioned. And it is extraordinary to me that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can't recognize how ridiculous it is in our culture that we were doing this to children. At the same token, Republicans go around and preen and posture about limited government and about how far the federal government should go, and they will use a massive extension of the Commerce Clause and the instrumentalities of commerce to criminalize behavior. Like, we go around preaching that we shouldn't have more federal laws. We go around preaching that we shouldn't use a bastardized version of the Constitution where commerce was not supposed to mean federal criminalization. We're not supposed to have two sets of laws. We're not supposed to have federal criminal laws that are replicating what the states are supposed to do. There's nothing in Article 1, Section 8 that says we should be going down this road. Yet because after Lopez and Morrison, Republicans and conservatives went around thumping their chest, oh, there's a limit to Commerce Clause power. Well, what is that limit, you say? Use the magic words. Use the magic words of the instrumentalities of commerce or whatever you might say to say that the federal government can come in and criminalize whatever behavior you would like to criminalize. And the fact here is, I absolutely support in Texas and in states criminalizing this, carrying out these kinds of what I believe are abuses on our children. And I think Ms. Green is right to be pursuing that objective. Ms. Green took out her frustrations today in saying that my audacity to offer an amendment that tries to limit and tailor the scope of federal power by saying that perhaps it should be limited to federal property. Perhaps it should be limited to actually crossing state lines. And perhaps, and I was being liberal in this construction, by the way, it should be limited to federal dollars and federal dollars that are flowing to the institutions in question. So now I've got, as sitting here, this paradox, right? I don't support this kind of behavior, and I think it should be criminalized. I also don't believe we should make a mockery of a limited Constitution in carrying out what is clearly a political message. That's the case. Marjorie was given this vote this week to buy her vote on the National Defense Authorization Act. Everybody knows it. It happened right there on the floor of the House. The majority leader said, Marjorie, would you like to have your bill brought up to the floor? And guess what? Got a yes vote on the rule for the National Defense Authorization Act. And that's the kind of shit that keeps happening around this institution all the time, including on our side of the aisle. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of what happened in the Judiciary Committee when we should have done it there. We should have addressed it in the Judiciary Committee. The people who are supposed to be vanguards of the Constitution And now we're sitting here and we're listening to nonsense about health care, where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle sit here saying, well, you guys aren't doing anything about the massive expensive cost of health care. Why do you think it's expensive? Because you literally cut a deal with insurance companies to run health care. You think that's going to run wild? Yeah. That's why they have 2,000% profit increases, and the American people can't afford to go to the doctor of their choice while we enrich insurance companies. And yet Republicans will complain about it, and then they'll offer milquetoast garbage like we're offering this week, and then go home at Christmas and say, look at what we're doing. We're campaigning on reducing health care. Well, congratulations. At some point, people will look at this body and say, maybe we should get rid of all 435 members of the House and all 100 members of the Senate and start over, because Congress is literally failing the American people. I yield back.
Yes, sir. I bet you these libtards didn't even listen to that. But that's why we're putting that question on the chat. What is a woman? Go on, libtards. Jorge, show me your brains, bro. Show me that you can think for yourself, please. I need some hope that you guys do have a brain. Hey, Trump was right about everything. How about that? Let's take a look what's happening in Chicago here. What's this?
Chicago has lost its mind. That's according to the Washington Post editorial board, who argues that Mayor Brandon Johnson's proposed tax hikes would, quote, threaten Chicago's future economic growth and tax collections.
But according to him, they're...
My dear Patriot Americans, this is going to be my face next year. When every time we're live and we're watching some updates, this is going to be my face next year. That's it. That's what I'm going to be doing my whole life. The whole life is going to be just me smiling like this at the libtards as they drool. Hey, listen, I got to laugh at it. Either that or I'll get mad at these fools. Let's go. Chicago. Trump was right about everything.
Just wrong.
There is no empirical evidence that somehow the revenue that we would generate from less than 1% of the largest corporations lead to causing harm within our job growth. Their information is wrong, but it wouldn't be the first time that a publication got something that I've done wrong.
Joining us now, Chicago-based journalist William J. Kelly. William, thanks for being with us. I see you shaking your head. You got those pursed lips, so I'm guessing you're coming down on the side of the Post editorial board here. Make your case.
Well, God bless you, Brian and Dagan. It breaks my heart, as somebody who was born and raised on the south side of Chicago, unlike our mayor, to see insanity every single day in the city of Chicago. We have a mayor who blames everything on racism. The budget is racist. 2 + 2 = racist. You know, this is what everything amounts to with Mayor Johnson, and now we see the results. Even the Washington Post is saying that Chicago has lost its mind. You know, it seems like all Mayor Johnson really cares about are his friends and cronies. The CPS employees that have gone on safari, on balloon rides, gone on $1 million vacations around the country or around the world on the taxpayers' dime. It's bankrupting our city. This gross incompetence at best, corruption at worst. You know, I'm doing my very, very best to investigate. But as somebody who was born and raised to believe that Chicago is the greatest city in the history of the world, don't laugh, and that the mayor of Chicago is the most important job in the world, it absolutely breaks my heart, Dagan.
Let me ask you about this Washington Post piece, though, because I don't know why Brandon Johnson would ever pay attention to the Washington Post or even care when he doesn't care about dead kids in his own city.
Exactly right.
And the shootings and just the runaway violence. And so fiscal matters are kind of like, for him. But I wonder why the Washington Post would be writing this. That they're worried because he's such an awful liberal. He's such an awful Democrat that they're running cover for the Democrats who don't suck quite as badly as he does.
Well, it's almost like Mayor Johnson wants to bankrupt the city and send it into receivership. Once again, there might be some kind of scam involved. I don't know. We are investigating, but it breaks my heart. And yes, you don't have to be a Washington Post editorial writer or a Stanford economist to know that out of control crime will destroy the economy in Chicago, the business community, and the working people in Chicago. We had a young girl, 26-year-old Bethany McGee, set on fire on the CTA. She's fighting for her life. Mayor Johnson said, quote, "It's an isolated incident." Now, that would be unimaginably cold-hearted for the mayor of Chicago to say that about a Chicago citizen set on fire. Yet, what's even worse is the fact that it's not an isolated incident.
I gave you a
this
chance.
happens every day. A woman in a wheelchair was pushed on the CTA, on the public transportation in Chicago, pushed out of the wheelchair and raped by, again, another violent repeat offender. This is every day. I'm calling on President Trump not to send another federal dollar to the CTA or to Chicago until there is a full audit, a full investigation, DOJ, into Brandon Johnson's racist behavior.
He can't keep the city safe, and he wants to raise your taxes for leasing personal property like computers, vehicles, software. He wants a per head tax. Last word, just 30 seconds, William, but he thinks that's not going to drive businesses out of the city. Who needs that? If that's the kind of stuff they're doing to you in Chicago, there are a lot of states in America that would love to have you and won't do it to you.
Even the reporters in Chicago are saying, don't send them a damn dime. That's right. Trump was right about that. Hey, here's some advice for you guys. Let's take a look at this.
So now 10:31 out of California, Rob Reiner's son, Nick, age 32, now accused of murdering his parents. He's scheduled to appear in court today, facing the possibility of life without parole if convicted. Meanwhile, we have eerie surveillance video now emerging. This is the scene, we believe, where Nick Reiner was walking by a gas station near his parents' home near Brentwood. It's believed that this was captured hours before his parents were killed.
And all of this is unfolding as the tributes keep pouring in for Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. Hollywood stars honoring and remembering their unforgettable legacy. And joining us now is actor Rob Schneider. It's so good to have you. And I thought maybe we could just start with where we were talking about in the commercial break about the impact of his work.
Well, I mean, it's the toughest thing in show business is to get a movie made. And and to try to get a movie that's great. I mean, how many people can say they made one? Here's this guy made 5 in 6 years. I mean, and he was able to do comedies and float and work with children, which is impossible. And then also to do comedies and then drama. I mean, and to make, probably Tom Cruise's best dramatic film, A Few Good Men. I mean, it turns out that Jack Nicholson's character was more right than Tom Cruise's character after all these years. You need me on that wall. And so it was iconic. And I really think, the greatest eras of filmmaking in Hollywood was the 1930s, the 70s, and you got to put the 90s in there. And I don't think there was a better director in the 90s than Rob Reiner.
Wow. Strong statement. Here's a few of his films that you didn't mention. Spinal Tap, amazing. Yeah. Princess Bride. Right. Stand By Me, so good. Harry Met Sally, Misery, don't overlook that one.
He also was able to do horror as well.
Right.
Rob, what I'm seeing, I think
he launched career. Sorry, he launched careers. That was the thing about it. Like he would, whether it was Kathy Bates, he just changed careers.
Great. What I want to say, Rob, is this. Okay, he made a film with his son. All right. His son fought addiction for at least 15 years, based on what we're seeing. The movie's called Being Charlie, 2016. This is popping up in my feed all the time now, where he and his father went on an interview campaign to publish the movie, excuse me. His father consistently is trying to communicate with his son through this film because of the addiction. And I think when I watched that, I think Rob Reiner thought he was onto something at that point to help cure his son. And I see the hope that he had in the comments that he gives in answering these questions. But addicts are a different breed. And Rob Reiner and his wife knew that.
Well, Dr. Drew Pinsky, I mean, he knows much more about this than I do. But you think you know your son, or you know your family member, but it's not the family member you're dealing with, it's the disease. And we have a gigantic mental health problem in the United States. And, in my conversations with HHS Secretary Kennedy, we also have to look at the effects, positive and negative effects potentially of some of these psychotic drugs and antidepressants. And I think that, this is a discussion that needs to be had. But at the same time, it's like right now, I think we really need to focus on honoring a man who gave so much to Hollywood and who loved comedians. I mean, he hired like Kevin Pollak, who's probably one of the best comic actors we have, and my buddy John Lovitz. I mean, he loved comedians, stand-up comics, and while we may have political differences, I mean, the funny is funny. Mm-hmm. And this guy, sitting with him and my parents, watching All in the Family as a young kid, laughing, all of us laughing. And that's something where 30, 40 million people, Americans, watched and agreed and discussed important social topics at that time for laughs. They weren't trying to score political points.
I was just saying that yesterday to Bill, like one of my great memories, sitting all together in the living room and laughing about Meathead and his antics.
Just the fact he called him Meathead, and he called his wife, what did he call his wife? Dingbat? You can't do that too.
I could be called that too, I'm sure. Rob, thank you for sharing this morning. We appreciate you, and we'll keep everyone updated on the...
So I find that very interesting that he brings up the movies that he made, especially the comment about, I'll just put it on the chat right there for you guys. The comment that he makes about, that he made this movie about him trying to get through his son, because of the drug addictions and stuff. And now one of the things that I heard is that he was actually homeless because of all the drug problems or whatever mental problems that he had. And if Robert made a movie about trying to reach his son, I mean, his son being all twisted, I think he would have been really pissed off trying to make the father look like he's the good guy, or, he's trying to look after his son and then making his son look like crap. Number one, if the son is being homeless, obviously because of drug addiction, that's what I would think, right? Wouldn't you think that he would be pissed at him that, hey, listen, I need money? And, he makes a movie. I'm sure he made money on the movie unless he did it for free, and there was no gains. Being that the story is about the son, who knows? Maybe the guy was pissed. Maybe the guy came over to the night to the parents, asked for money to do drugs, and they said no. As simple as that. A drug addict can do anything. And if they've been struggling, fighting back and forth, we don't know what the situation would be. So, there's going to be a lot of people that, whether he was against Trump or not, of course, they should have, some sort of respect for the man, for at least for what he has achieved, right? Not like the left. They went completely 180 against Charlie Kirk. Till this day, they're still cursing the guy, But I think that Trump is right when it comes to, the way that his mind worked, whether you think he thinks he's doing the right thing, to go against President Donald Trump with this whole Russia collusion thing, it divided our country hugely, And because of things like that and people like him, I believe that Trump didn't do enough on his first semester. And you know what? He's done playing that crap. He's going to be blamed no matter what. I'm going to tell you something right now. Maybe you're sour about President Trump making that comment, but I'm going to tell you something right now. Damn if you will, damn if you don't. President Donald Trump, till this day, has done so many things for our country. People still deny it. They still hate him. Everything he does to stop drugs being in our country, he's hated for it. He finds the actual vaccine for COVID-19, he's hated for it. He goes and makes agreements in the Middle East. All these leaders from the Middle East are signing an agreement. He's hated for it. Everything that he does, he's hated for it. So what is one more hate? If he can express his feelings and he can vent and say, hey, well, now he's gone. At least he's not going to keep talking crap about me. You have to give him something. And so is it worth it? Is it worth it that, you know, that he says something nice about a guy that was so disgusting against him? Why? Why would I care what the left thinks about President Trump's comments? What do we care? Who cares? Who cares? You guys hate President Trump no matter what. So who cares? You know, I think it's funny when Senator Kennedy says, the people that hate us, they should be able to hate us for free. But we shouldn't be paying them. We shouldn't be paying them to hate us. What is President Donald Trump is just fighting to do something for this nation. He's putting America first. He's over there making sure that the conservative views of the American people are saved in this world. Some people, they don't get it when we say America first. Well, America first. Well, he sent $40 billion to Argentina. Do you know why? Seriously, does anybody in here know why? Why do you think, and don't answer yet, why do you think that President Donald Trump gave that bailout to Argentina? And I'm going to give you a tip. It's not an investment and it's not what we're getting back. It's for another reason. Why do you think that he is supporting why do you think he pardoned the ex-president of Honduras and is supporting the candidate in Honduras right now? Why do you think that President Trump is going to fight for the Venezuelan people? Why do you think that President Donald Trump is supporting Chile? Why do you think that President Donald Trump is doing these things in Latin America right now? Why do you think he supports Israel? And I bet you anything, every single one of you guys is going to be wrong because you don't see the big picture. Maybe after a couple more hints, you'll know what I'm talking about. What's happening in our country? What's been happening in the last couple of decades? We have been losing our democracy by the very same people that keep accusing us of putting democracy at stake. Socialist, communist, Marxist. That's your tip. So why is President Donald Trump involved in the nations that I just told you about? Because socialist communists are trying to take over those countries. So President Donald Trump is dismantling the socialist communists throughout Latin America. Venezuela is going to be huge. Chile is good. Argentina is good. Honduras is good. Even though the socialist communists in Honduras are fighting the election results because they lost. Remember what I told you when President Juan Orlando Hernandez from Honduras, the ex-president of Honduras, remember what I told you? They ran elections. The men won, overwhelmingly won. And what is the next story that comes up? Now, obviously, the brother is a drug dealer, and so is the cousin. So I guess there was some sort of material that they can go off. But they lied to the American people. They lied to the Honduran people, and they said that he was a drug lord. They said that he was gonna, throw cocaine up the Americans' noses. It's bullshit. What do we find? Socialist communists take over Honduras. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of Honduras leave Honduras to come to the States. They should have gone to Guatemala or El Salvador or Nicaragua. Nicaragua is a communist country. They shouldn't have come all the way to the United States of America. Guatemala, Salvador would have been the first countries that they should have sought asylum on. Salvador is overpopulated. I get it. Okay, go to Mexico. Mexico could be the next country. So, in order to conserve our American culture and Christian belief in this country, we need to block all socialist, communist, Marxist people. We are still fighting that here in the United States of America. Mexico is a socialist country, very close to communist. They don't want to do war on the cartels. They say the Constitution of Mexico does not allow that. Bullcrap. She's in bed with the cartel, or they have something on her. America first. I hope that you guys understand that. If you don't understand what America first is, go ahead and tell me that everything I just said is wrong. The boats that we're bombing, destroying, don't you think there's more boats that go in the ocean that don't get destroyed? There are specific boats that they're shooting. And no, they're not fishing boats. We have seen many videos, many clips. Let me be clear. President Donald Trump says if you dare to come here, if you dare to come out of Venezuela with drugs to bring to the United States of America, he's going to kill them dead. There is no capturing. There's going to be no mercy. 2 shots on a boat, so what? The goal needs to be accomplished, and that is to kill everything. That's where I am with that. So I don't think that the president or the administration or Pete Hegseth is doing anything wrong. They're doing exactly what they said they were going to do, and we voted for them to be in office. Everybody was crying and yelling about tariffs. And what did tariffs do? People say tariffs are responsible for affordability. It's not true. That's a lie. You know what's responsible for affordability? A massive illegal immigration invasion. You know what's bad for Americans' health care? Millions of illegal immigrants getting health care benefits. Too many people coming in at once into this country to stay here, not to visit, to stay here, causes the shortages that we already have in homes and housing to be unavailable, completely annihilated. There's nothing. Very, very high demand and a very, very low supply. Americans that once could get one job and buy a house, now they can't. It's not tariffs. This has been happening for years. It's not tariffs. Blue states like Chicago, Illinois, Seattle, Washington, blue states and blue cities. What do they have in common? What do they have in common? They got 2 things in common. More than 2. One of them, they are corrupt. They commit a lot of fraud. Proven fraud, and nothing happens to them. They have that in common. The other thing that they have in common is They don't know how to run a budget. Another thing they have in common, they are socialist Democrats who defend criminals over law-abiding citizens and residents and legal migrants. They both defend criminals. They both have stolen from the taxpayers. That's what they have in common. They put all these regulations, do not allow constructions to go fast enough. They do not allow for taxes on properties to go down. They have raised them big time. They put progressive taxes on there. Do you know what progressive taxes are? They put taxes in big corporations that are providing thousands of jobs. Illegal immigrants go into a one-bedroom with 10 people for one bedroom. It's a fire hazard and it's illegal for apartments to allow this. They get, per the state rule, state law, 2 people per bedroom and 1 for living room. In a one-bedroom apartment, there should be no more than 3 people. If they have a child, they have to. After the lease is up or in between, they can fulfill the lease, but they have to get a second bedroom if they want to have 4 people in there. You know what happens when you have a lot of people, high demand? You get a lot of people that says, okay, this apartment is $1,500, I can afford it. Well, hey, you, Jose, Juan, Pedro, Lucas, you want to come? Okay, now we can afford it, but only I'm going to be on the lease. Everybody else is not. But we're all going to pitch in and pay. And guess what? Now we got so many people in here. That's exactly what they do. They fill up all the apartments. It doesn't matter how expensive it gets. They still rent them out. Managers know that there's more than the allowed people in those units. And they allow them to be in there. Why? Because they got to make that money. Property management, they want their commission. I was the best leasing agent they had on the company that I worked for. I used to make the most commission until they started dividing it amongst the whole staff. Kind of bullcrap is that? But anyway, that is one of the reasons. What did tariffs do? What tariffs do, even though it did inflict some affliction on small businesses or corporations that depend on high imports, high quantity of imports from other countries to avoid paying American workers their fair wage. Now, what's the problem with paying the fair wage? The problem is that we have so many socialists over here thinking that the minimum wage should be $25 an hour. They have no idea how the economy works. I had a guy that says he was 30 years experience on the economy. Really? And you learn nothing in 30 years with your master's degree. Why don't you go fight the minimum wage? Why don't you go find out why there's no money coming in? Socialist Democrats, they only know how to make product or programs because their money is already there. But what are they going to do when there's no more money to pull out? What are they going to do? There's nothing else they can do. And that's how countries go bankrupt. We are allowing this country, this great nation, to become a third world country. And you guys on the left side don't care. If you're illegal, I can expect it. You don't respect the law in the first place. You don't respect Americans. You can care less about white people. You guys are prejudiced and racist because you're jealous, because you're envious of Americans. You come here hypocritically waving your country birth flag. And yet you depend on this country. Isn't that interesting? A bunch of hypocrisy is just crazy. The hypocrisy is just crazy. They called me a traitor. Seriously? You know what, Americans? The reason why they call me a sellout, a traitor, even a racist or a bigot, is because I'm here defending you, the American people. And they don't care about you. What they care about is their country. See, that's why illegal immigrants that come here, they shouldn't be allowed birth citizenship. They shouldn't have that right. You know why? Because they teach those children to also hate you and your country. That's why. And if they're criminals because they're not vetted, but if they're criminals and they're here, imagine what the kids are going to learn. That's right. They're going to learn to be criminals. They learn to be the same as everybody else around them. It's a herd mentality. They create a new culture. Look at a lot of ghetto black people. They act stupid all the time. They are loud on the stores all the time. They are disrespectful. They become criminal-like because that's the kind of people they hang out with. That is what makes them that culture, a horrible culture. A horrible culture. Transphobia. What do you think the kids are going to learn? Huh? They're runaways. They run away because they're rebellious. They didn't want to accept their parents' love and discipline. They rebel against their parents, and they go out and multiply that same action. And then those kids rebel against them, and they keep raising criminals, hateful people. You won't believe the beautiful people that are out there, and they are just ugly. Ugly with hate. You guys know what I'm talking about. Everything is taught for the next generation. Why, when we were in school, they would teach us to be respectful, get educated. Listen, learn how to read and write. Learn your math. Do your homework. You know why? Because nobody wants to do homework. So it forces your mind to think, I don't want to do this, but this is for the well-being of my future. And you do the homework. And you get rewarded for doing your homework. And you keep up with your grades. They teach you discipline. They teach you from a very young age, fast food restaurants are not a career where you're going to make a lot of money. Minimum wage, it's set at minimum wage for a reason. The more you ask that minimum wage to rise, the more expensive everything else becomes. Groceries, housing, services, etc., etc. There's a lot of things that come in and raise prices. There's price gouging. I get it. That happens. Convenience fees makes everything more expensive. You are making hardworking Americans pay the price instead of rewarding them for working. A lot of people hated the big, beautiful bill because it was going to force a lot of body able to work Americans to get off their lazy ass and get a job. If we don't encourage Americans to go to work, unemployment is not going to go up. And they're going to pretend to search for a job. And they'll never get it. As long as they keep saying they are applying and they put in BS applications and making sure that they don't get hired, they keep getting benefits. You know why they keep doing that? Because you already trained them to have a defeated mentality. You didn't train your kids to be respectful, self-worthy. You didn't teach them. People that try to raise their kids right and the ones that didn't give a damn about how the kids turned out. You know what they all have in common when they're out on the street? They all don't match. They all have this crazy-ass looking hair. I get it. Punk rock, all this stuff. 80s style. Okay, whatever. That's the kind of stuff we don't want. A lot of you guys are my age or older, and you know what I'm talking about. We made our mistakes, and even though we knew some things were not right, we went and did it anyway. I can tell you, I've been on my own since I was 16 years old. Almost 16. I was 15 and a half. I was able to get a part-time job as a dishwasher. I've always worked to get myself ahead in life. Have I been rich? Yeah, I used to have a lot of money, and then I went the wrong way and lost the money, double crossings, backstabbings, all kinds of stuff. But nonetheless, it's all my choices, and I live with what I got to live. I am privileged to be an American citizen in this country, and I've been paying taxes since I was 16 years old. So I love this country. I am in this country legally, where all these illegal immigrants that come into my chat can't say that. And the reason why they hate me is because they're envious that I follow all the steps of the law and I became an American citizen. They hate that. Why? Because they're illegal. Why do other Americans hate me? Because I'm a more American than they are. I am more patriotic than they are. I have more respect and honor from this country than they have. They are insecure. They're emotionally compromised. They are retarded. They got mental health problems. They look down and they see a penis and they say, oh my God, what is that? I'm a woman. Oh man, retardation is real. Mental health problems are real. They are real problems. If you're a biological male, you will never be a woman, period. Don't lie to people. You want to play Christian? You want to say love everybody? Well, love them. Tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. There's only two genders, male and female. If they don't want to act like a man, hey, at least you got to know that you're still a male. You're still a man, whether you like it or not. You want to be gay? That's you. That's your prerogative. But you're not going to be a woman. And a woman will never be a man. See, plastic surgery doesn't cover who you really are. Yeah, you can use it to cover some wrinkles. That's okay. I mean, I'm going to put some new hair on my head here, pretty sure, very soon. Maybe right before I run for governor, you guys are going to see a full head of hair. You're going to be like, man, that guy, he's got what a great head of hair. It's going to be good for 6 months, and then I'll have to redo the process again for another 6 months. But it's going to look good. Eddie Herman says, you can't pay taxes at 16. Are you serious? Are you stupid? Have you ever heard of emancipation? What do you think there is? There's no taxes for minors? Well, I found out when I was 18 that I had to pay those taxes. Here, let's take a look at the law here. Let's take a look at the law. All right? 16. Let's take a look. Do you have to pay taxes? Let's see. You might be right. Let's see if there's any exceptions. Any exceptions here? Let's see. If you are 16. Well. Here you go, moron. Yes, 16-year-olds generally have to pay taxes and file a tax return if their income exceeds certain thresholds set by the IRS. Now what? From now on, don't say shit. Just keep your opinion to yourself. See, you haven't been working as long as I have. Yeah, right, Eddie. I had to confirm it just to make sure. Yeah, don't play stupid. Don't play stupid, man. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. That's right. I told you that I paid taxes. I looked it up just for you. That's your hero right there. Ilhan Omar, that's your hero. This guy. There you go. There you go. You guys can all check it out for yourself. Yeah, let's see. Who else worked at 16? Let's see. Jen says, I'm almost 40 now. Been paying the system since 15. Damn. James was 15. Yeah, I was 15 and a half when I started working. But, yeah, I say 16 is the age. Margaret says that, Eddie, you pay payroll taxes? Try filing your taxes for possible refunds. You were still illegal. No, son, bitch. I've never been illegal. Son, bitch. This guy. Tanya's been paying since she was 16. Jason. Okay, that's too low, my friend. Okay, maybe you were doing like paper routes or something, or doing some type of mowing the lawn for the neighbors. That's different. My first job was at Denny's. I was a dishwasher. Ah, man. You guys miss my face, don't you? You guys are going to make me keep activating this damn camera. All right, I get it. I get it. You want to see the face. I get it. All right, here we go. I have to keep activating. I don't know. It's just stupid. It's stupid. But anyway, I have a webcam. I have two cameras. I'm telling you, it started doing this since I lost power 2 days ago. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago when I was doing a live. I think it was 2 days ago. So for those of you socialists like this guy that says we don't pay taxes at 16, you know he hasn't worked. He's probably on Snap as we speak. It's all good, but you know what? I went and got an article just for you, my friend, and that was the whole information. There we go. Oh, Eddie Herrera says, I don't work for the system. This guy's an illegal immigrant that works under the table, and he's not helping the United States of America. I said, deport. Ice, ice, baby. Let's see here. Self-employed, yeah. With a fake social security number, anybody can be self-employed. What's the name of your business? Eddie's Landscaping? Eddie the Handyman? Remodeling by Eddie. Hey, I'm giving you some good names for your business, bro. Hernan's Marijuana Shop. Hey, what's going on, Ron? What is popping, Ron? You know you love the Dennis Herrera show. You cannot get enough of this show. Eddie is a system sucker. Get him, Pat. Get him. Oh man, I got too many American patriots in here, bro. DHS, Dennis Herrera Show, baby. Bet you didn't think about that. Shutting you down, he says. Eddie Hernan is such a patriot to America that he really hates people like me defending Americans and fighting for the United States of America to be prosperous and to continue to allow legal migrants into our country. Hopefully, people that can actually give us something to work with. You guys remember that I said that... you remember that? Remember I told you, I said, I want two things. I want all Christians throughout the world. Now, we got to bet them. We got to make sure they're real Christians. There's going to be a test. All Christians around the world to come to the United States of America. And I want all of the Afrikaners from South Africa, the white people, right? It has to be the white people. I want all the Afrikaners to come to the United States of America. And then we're going to send all the illegal immigrants on this chat to Africa, to South Africa, guys, so you guys can have your free land. Nobody will check your papers. I mean, they might shoot you, but don't worry about that. It's just minor things, minor details. We'll get rid of all the Somalis. We'll send them back to their paradise. Oh, the paradise of Somalia. Ah, man, I wish I was in paradise in Somalia. Here, guys, I'm going to show you one more time. Look at this beautiful paradise. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As they say. Did you guys notice something? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Well, well, well. What do we see here? What, wait a minute. I want some honest opinions. Anybody on this chat, I want your honest opinion. What do you see here? What did you guys see? What do you see wrong in this picture? Anybody? Come on, give me something. Even the libtards can say something on this picture. What do you see? What do you see? What doesn't fit here, guys? Go ahead. Let's take a look. We got to play. We got to play a little bit of music. I want you guys to tell me anything that you can think of, okay, that is wrong with this picture right here. Remember, Somalia Muslims. That is the only tip I will give you. Put it down and tell me what is wrong with this picture and why is it weird. Hit it. Hit it. Come on. Here we go. He says, nothing wrong with there. No, not the lights. They're clothes. Why, Ben? Not the jackets, but very damn close. How do Somali Muslims dress? I don't see one outfit for a Muslim Somali in that rack. Debbie, we don't want to know about your fantasies. Debbie has a fantasy with mushroom. Sorry, Deb. Hey, Eve, why are you still here? Man, you've been here for over an hour. I see you. Trinity got a point on there. I just find it very interesting that we have a mall, right? They have a mall where they go shopping. But why do they have just Western clothing? And everywhere you go in Somalia, they're all dressed with a rope. I mean, maybe he's just on the man's side, right? And they get to wear whatever, like Trinity says. But I just find it very interesting, all right? Oh, enjoy the music. Hammer actually likes something from the Dennis Herrera show. This is my sister Trinity's favorite jam, so I got to play it very often just for her. That's how much I love Trinity, okay? Islam is what's wrong, says Christopher. You know what? I have nothing against them even if it's a fake religion, guys. I don't care. I have nothing against them believing what they want to believe. The problem with Islam is they don't want to assimilate to our culture, to the Western culture. Even anybody, Mexicans, all the way down to South America, a lot of parts in Europe, right? The Western world, they don't want to assimilate. See, they don't, it's like illegal immigrants that are on my chat here defending illegals. They don't want to go into a country to assimilate to the law of the land, to respect the governing, entities. They don't understand that they have no say on who is the president, who is the governor, the senator. They have no say on that. They are illegal or they're just visitors. They have no right. The Constitution is not for them. Not when it comes to voting, not when it becomes to living and staying in this country. The Constitution does not belong to them at all. Okay? Now, with that being said, Somalis, it's not just Somalians, by the way. It's not just Somalians. Palestinians, Iraqis, Afghanistans, all of the Arabs that are Muslims. The ones that are raising kids over here, maybe the kids are raised with a bad fake religion, but the hate for the country is the problem. I'll give you an example. Somalians in Minnesota, for example. You tell Somalians, which is better, the United States or Somalia? They will say Somalia. There was this, you know what? Let me see if I can find this clip. Let me see if I can find the clip. Give me a second. I'm going to show you something, okay? I'm going to show you something. This is from Nick. Where are you, Nick? Let's see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the actual clip. I know it was a short, so let me see. Come on. So Nick goes around and he's asking questions, and he's asking Muslims that are born here. Let's see. Maybe on my history. Maybe on my history. I want to show you a clip. No. Dang it, I hate it when I can't find the clips. I always think that it's just going to show on my history, and then I lose it. Come on, man. Let's go. No. You guys don't want to see that. Kindergarten cop. Boys have a penis. Girls have a vagina. Something the libtards can't understand. They got to go ask a kindergarten, what is a woman? Oh, man. Come on, Nick. Very disappointed, Nick. Very disappointed. Anyways, so Nick is going around asking this, and now I asked this question decades ago, but Nick is going around asking Muslims or just people in random, if there was to be a fight against a Muslim country, who would they defend? And what the answer was, even though they are born in this country, Oh, here we go. Here we go. I don't have to make it up. Here we go. Here we go. I found it.
Now you have
All done. If you haven't seen this clip, well, here you go.
all these Islam men yelling Allah Akbar. I have a question for you guys. If America were to get in a war with a country like Iraq, who would you guys defend, America or Iraq?
We won't get in a war. That's not permissible for us. But at the same time,
who would you defend first?
We would support our brothers in Iraq. That's the only way.
So you wouldn't defend America?
We would not defend America.
But you're American.
But at the same time, listen. At the same time, America is our country because we were born here. But in our Islamic book, we're not allowed to fight with people that are against our religion. So we just take up the jail time.
So you would
That's
not.
what we do.
So you would not defend America.
I would go to jail instead of fighting for America.
And who would you defend if we were to go to war against?
You hear that? American by birthright. You hear that? That's crazy. You see what I've been talking about? Thank you, Nick. See, these guys go out there in the open. They're actually putting their lives at risk, to be honest, more than me. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. All the riots in LA throughout this country, illegal immigrants and anchor babies, citizens of illegal immigrants. Eve, if you haven't noticed, America is under attack. We have been invaded. Our government has been infiltrated. They're trying to destroy America. And you don't see that. What do you mean, what do I have against Mexicans? Illegal immigrants, I said. Why did you call them Mexicans? Mexico is the closest country, but I find it very interesting that you actually said specifically Mexicans. I've been talking about Hondurans, Guatemalans, South Americans, but you said Mexicans. Right. Yeah, don't feel threatened by illegal immigrants until they come over there and try to do something to your family. And then you're going to find out why. Because of illegal immigration, there is a lot of unvetted people out there. Criminals, killers, serial killers, gangbangers, mentally sick people. People are trying to rape your kids, your girls, your women. Raped and killed. You see the news all the time. They're not vetted. You go and protest and you go and defend these people, but you don't even know what the hell you're doing. You go out there and what do you mean? What do I have against illegal immigrants? I'm just telling you the truth, bro. I'm not here to lie to you. This is an American born. He will not fight for America. I told you guys, the Muslims cannot fight each other. And if they do fight each other, they are to be killed. The weaker will lose. 100% Christians will pay the price than everybody else that's not a Muslim. 100%. It is a lower percent if you claim to be a Muslim. And out of fear, they might just let the stronger terrorist Muslims do their will upon you and your family. Right, guys? Anybody else back me up in there? Let's see. Jonah says, Hammerman, you don't born in America. You were not born in America. Someone in your country, Dennis, is American. Is for real. Thanks, Jonah. At Eve from Trinity, you think illegals are only Mexicans. That is insane. That's what I'm saying. ICE has deported Russians, Asians, Africans, etc., etc., etc. Not just Mexicans, you racist dude or girl, whatever you are. Because his name might be Ever, not just Eve. Yeah, Pakistan, Afghanistan. I'm telling you guys, you guys think that I'm just a hateful person. No, man. Just listen, I love all these people. You guys already know I have friends that are from Iraq, Iran. Matter of fact, PBD, I love PBD, right? And Vinny, crazy ass Vinny. But I love these guys. You know, they're Iranian and something else mixed, right? Dude, I love the people. I don't care about their skin color. Bro, everybody in Honduras, just so you know, our Indians are dark, okay? We have light-skinned people, we got brown people, we got dark people, we got actual African descent people. Some of them still speak the native language, etc. We grew up with all kinds of people, and we're all just one. Here in America, that's not the case. Here in the United States of America, our enemies come and take advantage of the stupidity of Americans that think the Constitution belongs to anybody in the world. Unbelievable. Look at it for yourselves. Look at that. 16% of the people think the Constitution is for friend or foe. Anybody. 84% think it belongs to American citizens that can vote. That is the reality of it. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am on the side of the Poland president. Call me racist, call me xenophobic. I don't give a crap. I don't give a crap what you call me. Get rid of all these people. And if you think that's going to affect the economy, oh my gosh, do I have good news for you. You will not believe how much wealth can be accumulated in this country if you get rid of every single illegal immigrant. You have no idea how much wealth this country will have. Woo! Somebody challenge me on that. Somebody contradict me on that. Yeah, make America Muslim again. They've never been Muslims, but they are trying, that's for sure. Collares say your insert color revolution slogan. Let's go. Let's see. Dennis, do you know what? No, Marvin, do you know what a woman is? What is a woman, Marvin? Yeah, MindSpeak says, so I guess legal residents don't have rights. No. I said illegal immigrants don't. So here's the thing. So you have American citizens, okay? American citizens are the ones that can vote. They're the ones that make a change in America, in the United States of America. Permanent residents, they are guests. They're not citizens. Permanent resident alien card holders, they are still migrants. They're still just guests. They're not American citizens. I will agree on this. Certain rights are for everybody. Certain rights. But to be here illegally is not their right. And so therefore, that trunks any right that a legal visitor will have in this country. Being illegal cancels that. That's what I said. The Constitution belongs to the American citizens. That's it. It belongs to them. So people that come here should respect that, behave, honor them, thank them, be grateful to be here, to have the privilege to be here. And they will in turn receive some of those benefits from the Constitution. But you don't get to come here and use the Constitution against the well-being of American citizens. Does that make sense? I just wish that I can put it in better words because I get it. I can sound like maybe I'm contradicting myself. But that's not the way it is. Anybody. Donna, stop with your confusion and emotions. Come on, be serious. Juan here and Juan there, out. Let's see if the crime chef has given us anything to watch today. Let's see. There's other people that I watch when it comes to deporting illegal immigrants, but they are what do you call it? I don't know. They're just not. They're just not the crime shift. That's all. Let's see. Let's see what he's done in here. Yeah, he doesn't have anything new for today, guys. Sorry about that. Let me see what else we got in here. Wait, I think there was a clip that I wanted to show from PBD. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here's one that says Ilhan Omar asks judge for leniency. Well, let's take a look.
In 2016,
this crazy Vinny right here.
She pleaded with a judge to show leniency to 9 Somalians in Minnesota who were charged for trying to join ISIS. That's Ilhan Omar. Did you know that?
Say that again.
In 2000, you want Rob? You know what? Let's have a reporter. Just go ahead. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
2 days ago, but it seems Minnesota Representative-elect Ilhan Omar may have already made her first move as an elected official. In a letter signed November 8th, Omar asks a U.S. district judge for compassion when sentencing 9 Minnesota Somali American men convicted of trying to join the terrorist group ISIS. She says the best deterrent to fanaticism is a system of compassion.
Oh, yeah.
We must all
The system of compassion, emotion, or common sense. There's another word. I can't think of the word. You want to make decisions to protect this country on your emotional state. Hey, surviving. That is crazy, right?
alter our attitude and approach if we truly want to affect change.
Yeah.
We should refocus our efforts on inclusion and rehabilitation.
Guys, just in 2000.
Yeah, guys, we should really focus on inclusion, inclusivity, diversity, on equity. Fucking moron people. It's dumb. Let me tell you what happens when everybody follows the law. When everybody... Hold a thought. I will check my spelling and the way you express yourself there, brother, because sometimes you do sound like a white supremacy. Oh, son bitch. How dare you, sir? How dare you? No, but it's just like... what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if you think that I'm being hateful. It doesn't matter if you like me. But the truth is the truth. You cannot be naive or gullible. I've said so many times, I love everybody. But that doesn't mean that by loving everybody, I am going to allow certain people to break the law. If you go 5 miles over the speed limit, I don't care. 10 miles, I don't care. Are you going over the speed limit on a school zone? I care. You're putting kids' lives in danger. Yeah, if you're illegal, you got to go. I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you, Patriots, having all these hateful illegals in here and the hateful Americans in this chat, believe it or not, it does make me want to go back to Honduras so bad. I've always been culture shock here. I've always thought that I have to be here. There's a purpose for me to be here. But I can tell you, man, that it's kind of weird. These people just say, go home, go home. These are the racist people, by the way. These are people that are racist, just so you know. People that tell me being legal to go home, those are racist people. I want you to know that right now off the bat. Now, if somebody is illegal and they tell you to go back home, okay, that's legit. That's your home. You're illegal. Where's your nationality? Over there. Okay, that's where you should be. Let me ask you, all the illegal immigrants on my chat. If you live here in the United States of America and you continue to have the right, your children still have the right to have citizenship birthrights, okay? Which country will you teach them to love, and which flag should they raise to show pride? Go ahead, all the illegals on the chat and some of those white people. Put it in there. If you are illegal in this country and you are allowed to keep having kids and they continue to have the, birth citizenship right, what would you teach them to love first? Your country of birth or the United States of America? And which flag? Yeah, you should not have dual citizenship. That's got to go. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Brent, I am not always, son of a gun. I am not always clear-headed. They do trigger me. They like to trigger me. They like the way that I talk to them. But it's difficult sometimes, because I love the United States of America and the people that don't. It's what can you do? How can we continue telling the truth and keep fighting for America? I mean, I'm asking this question, but I obviously already know the answer, right? Let's see. Robert said these idiots are the ones that are going to cry when they are forced to learn another language. They are being racist because you're not illegal. Although I am glad you support ICE. They support ICE. If they didn't support ICE, they wouldn't be telling me you to get out, since ICE is getting illegals out. That is true. They're always telling ICE. They're always trying to call ICE on me. But I can tell you the answer. The answer is that you're not going to teach them to love the United States of America. You're going to teach them to love your country of birth first. And then you're going to teach them to raise your country's flag, not the American flag. Now, I'm going to show you the difference between people that come here illegally and the people that come here legally. There is a Honduran man. Yeah, it's it was made in Japan. This one was not made in China. This was made in Japan. It's a Canon camera. Yeah. Yeah, well, it could be typos. I have a lot of typos when I message people from my keyboard. But the truth is that the people that hate this country, they got to go. Why be here? Why be here? I don't understand. If you don't want people to respect this country, what is the purpose in your life? What is the purpose in your life? I just don't understand. I really hope that you guys rethink what you're doing. If you have this white guilt and you have been convinced that white people are evil, something's wrong with your brain. You got to check yourself. You know what these Muslims have done in their country? Yeah, they kill their own people. They say you're not supposed to. But you know what's the excuse for them to kill them? They say, oh, they're infidel Muslims. And that's how they get away with killing their own people. You don't know what atrocities the cartels in Mexico are doing. right? You don't know what atrocities gangbangers in Honduras do, in El Salvador, and all these other countries. You don't know the atrocities that Nicaraguans are causing in their country. There's evil people everywhere. But there is also a lot of people that are willing to assimilate. If they choose to go to another country, they do it the right way. Most likely, you will have those migrants teach their children to be patriots of the United States of America. They will teach them that it's okay to raise their parents' flag where they come from, but they will tell them to prioritize the American flag. There was a Honduran guy that had an American flag out in his house, and he says, that's my flag. I've been in this country for 25 years. I'm from Honduras, but I'm now American, and the only flag that needs to fly in my house is the American flag. Very simple. Very simple. Doom says, tell me I'm wrong. Doom, you are wrong. Here, this is the problem with you guys. This is why you got to call an ace and a spade a spade. This is why words are very important. Migrants are people coming from another country legally. Illegal migrants don't belong anywhere because they're illegal migrants. Emphasis, I am a migrant that became an American citizen. So migrant, it's okay, but I'm not illegal migrant. Big difference. Learn that word. Illegal migrant, no good. Migrant, good. Migrants with illegal migrants. Migrants, illegal migrants. One more time. Migrants, illegal migrants. You got it? Thank you guys for liking the video and for subscribing. See you later, Lisa Ann. Glad that you stopped by to say hello. Take the $1,000 and leave, the Iceman cometh. The Iceman cometh. I like it. I like it. You know what time it is, guys. We are waiting for our 6 o'clock live from remarks from the President Donald J. Trump, our beautiful POTUS. Guys, as always, I think I might be coming back on at 5 o'clock. Let's see, what's it? It'll be almost 2. So I'll be coming back in 3 hours. If you got been here with me this long, I want to say thank you so much for being here. All the members, I will see you guys in a bit. I hope you guys like my little dance at the end. That was for you. I make a fool of myself sometimes just for you because you are my American patriotic family. And I love you. Guys, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the United States of America. And let's continue to share the truth and make all these illegal immigrants leave our country. Make America great. The economy needs to come back to healthy conditions, and getting rid of illegal immigrants will acquire that. I guarantee it. Peace.